Thank you, counsel.
Will you do the same thing with the other bag?
Yes.
Now, had you ever before that night ever seen a Swiss Army insignia on a bag before that night?
On a bag?
Yes, on any kind of a bag.
Hello, Abs. It's very nice to see you. I hope that you are doing. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for being here. And also, Mary Tools too, Mary Cherry. Shout out to you. All right, and we will now proceed with the more of the OJ trial marathon.
Bag. And luggage.
No.
Do you know whether or not they have more than one kind of insignia on bags, Swiss Army Company?
Yes.
What's the answer to that? You know the answer? What is the answer to that? Do they have more than one kind of insignia on luggage?
I said yes.
Okay. You know that they do have? You've seen more than one kind?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you make this observation?
Just now.
All right, and by the fact that the one you saw here you felt was different from what you've seen in the past?
Yes.
Is that how you made that determination?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you recall that when you testified at the preliminary hearing, you had indicated that when you first arrived at the location, you missed or passed by the residence there on Rockingham. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And in fact, you'd indicated that you came up Rockingham going north, and you were going a little bit fast. You remember testifying to that?
Yes.
And so you actually missed the house, right? At that point?
Well, I didn't miss the house. I caught the address on the side of the curb, so I knew it was the house, but I'd say I missed that gate.
All right, and well, now, let me just ask you this. What way were you going when you came up, when you were going a little bit fast, when you first got there?
I was heading north.
And what did you do after that as you were heading north?
And that's when I turned down, made a right onto Ashford, heading east.
And did you go halfway down Ashford at that point?
Yes.
And you came back and then you parked at that point?
Yes.
And that's when you parked across from the Ashford gate, is that correct?
Yes.
But now, what I want to ask you, when you were going by a little bit fast, when you spotted the address on the sidewalk, is that right?
Yes.
And so you were driving and looking at the letters on the sidewalk as you went past, and you went on up to Ashford, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And as you told us earlier, at that point, you were focusing on the address and on the house at that point, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to that, as you told us yesterday, you were not focusing on any cars, particular cars parked there, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you cannot tell this jury positively that a vehicle was parked there outside the Rockingham gate or not, can you?
No.
In fact, when you left to get to the airport and you looked to your left, in fact, when you left the Rockingham gate, sir, and you were going to pull out to head to the airport to go back toward Sunset, at that point,
Yes, Abs is here. Yes, and yes, indeed. And oh, hello there. Yeah, thank you, Miss C, for the trial was put off until August 3. Okay, thank you, Miss C. And hello there, Mermaid. Oh, great to see you. They didn't complete and submit the paperwork. Okay. Now continuing. Also, Mermaid, excellent videos. I'm going to comment on them later.
you don't recall whether or not you saw any parked cars, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's what you indicated to Officers Tippin on June 15th in the conversations you had, right?
Correct.
That's what you indicated at the grand jury, isn't that correct?
Yes.
That's what you indicated at the preliminary hearing when you testified, is that correct?
Yes.
And at all times, throughout your testimony, you've always tried to be accurate and as accurate as you could, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you agreed with me that your testimony for events that transpired on June 12th in the late evening hours was obviously better back in June than it is now, some 8 or 9 months later in March of 1995. Isn't that correct?
I'd say it's the same.
I know you're very young, but is your memory, by that it's a compliment, by the way, but your memory, even at your age, tends to get a little worse over a period of time, doesn't it?
I'd agree on that.
All right, that's what I'm saying. So when events are fresher in your mind, they're likely to be more accurate. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. Then when time passes a little bit, isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, yesterday, I asked you some questions about the fact that June 12th was a Sunday evening and the street in and around Rockingham and Ashford were quiet that night. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And would you characterize that as kind of a quiet neighborhood?
Yes.
And as such, you told us, in fact, that you observed and saw cars that were coming and passing by you. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you never at any time saw any car come up, stop, or hear anybody get out or slam any doors. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
You never went over to inspect any cars that particular night, any parked cars, did you?
No.
And that was, again, because your job was to pick up this client and get him to the airport on time. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And nothing else was important to you at that point. Isn't that correct? Except getting the client there safely?
That's about it.
And you did that. You got in there safely and relatively on time. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. I asked you some questions yesterday about this partition inside the limousine. Can you describe for us?
Yeah, exactly, Mermaid. You are doing excellent with everything you're doing, and that is true. You feel awkwardness. That's normal, and over time, it will, as you keep on doing it, you will feel more of as a second nature thing. So, absolutely. Yes, a Mermaid. You can talk about Adam Wu. Absolutely. And I will say this, is that I will tell chat who that is, and Mermaid can also do it additionally, too. Alright, so yeah, Mermaid, absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out to the dog. It's a very cute little dog that's barking, by the way. Cutest little dog on earth. I'll see the dog. It's the little cutest thing that ever walked this earth that will just, neighbors have him, have her, him or her. It will have him. It just comes up to the fence, this cutest face. It's so funny. All right, so Adam the Woo was the online persona of David Adam Williams. Oh, hello, Aaron. A good um, afternoon, evening. Hey guys, can't really chat now. Still doing. Oh, kid, there. I'll say hi if I don't see you guys later. Oh, okay, well, hello there, Aaron. Uh, it's so great to see you. Uh, Glad that you're doing those activities with your kid and other stuff you're doing. And Abs is with us. Absolutely. All right. Am the Woo's online persona, David Adam Williams, 1974 to 2025, a pioneering American traveling vlogger and musician, widely considered a founder of the theme park vlogging genre. YouTube career. He gained massive popularity for his easygoing and calm videos exploring Disney parks, movie filming locations, roadside attractions, and abandoned sites. He operated two main channels, Adam the Woo. The Daily Woo started in 2012, collectively garnering over 1 million subscribers. Adam Woo was a special in the world and he was influencing the lifestyle. Amen. Absolutely. He will not be forgotten. Let's see. If I start attending church, will God stop giving me massive uh, dildo-like dildo-like obstacles? Well, Abs, this is the thing: is that there's a saying that the rain falls on the just and the unjust, and I'll go even further to say, for your discretion advised, everybody, that the dildos will go to the just and the unjust. So they may not stop, but in my opinion, God will give you the endurance to the strength to keep going through it, and eventually the storm will subside at some point, in my opinion. And you being here with us is a sign, in my opinion, that you have been given the strength to keep on going. That's very funny, of course. Very funny. Where the I like the way the humor you have, and also it's a good way to cope with stuff that's going on. But yeah, that's what I think about it. That only he knows what will happen, what won't happen, but certainly building up endurance to keep on going through it. And eventually, it will subside. All right, and YouTube career. He gained massive popularity for his easygoing and calm videos exploring Disney parks, moving filming locations, roadside attractions, and abandoned sites. He operated two main channels, Adam the Woo, 2006, The Daily Woo, started in 2012, collectively garnering over 1 million subscribers. Signature style known for his catchphrase, join me, shall you, and his frequent appearance with a piping hot caffeine beverage. Well, that's good. He inspired you. He's in a better place, and his. I believe in a way he did a sacrifice for everybody. It is absolutely. His legacy continues, and more people be inspired by him. And absolutely, Abs, you have a right to be upset, and he has not forgotten about you, even if it feels like he has, in my opinion. So, and you have a right to, as I said, feel how you feel and just go through the emotions as you are going through them, and we are here for you. I just heard his spirit box, and it was insane, and he said he's in heaven. Well, that's great. That I'm glad that he is with the Lord. Now, I felt that for real need to speak to the Lord because what the fuck, man, and I'm not allowed to have the weapons of mass destruction because constantly in state and Pew Pew is one and done. Oh, okay. And that really is unfortunate that you're not able to have those ways of defending yourself, I now there are other appliances you can use to defend yourself. Different sprays, you can use. Like, say you're gonna spray a roach on your wall, right? Or a wasp nest. You could use that to defend yourself. I think, and it's there's always a classic baseball bat, stuff like that, of course, if you're able to have those things. So at the same time, there's things we can control and we can and can't control. And abs, another thing that helps me is that when you have thoughts that are haunting, which I have those, is that not like what you are going through, but I've had things happen to me where you could see it as like a cloud, right? And the thought's gonna pass through like watching the sky of clouds, and you don't have to grab onto it. Just let the thoughts come through as they come through, and accept as it is in a way, and just let the thoughts pass by. I believe this will help your inner peace as you're going through this, because the anxiety that you obviously rightfully are feeling, which won't likely go away, it will be lessened and the mind will be cleared, because in death will smile at us all. All a man could do is smile back. But I do believe that you have lots of life in you left, and there are better days ahead. But of course, I just live in the present moment. You are with us, and we're here for you and talking with you. And I think that is an eye in the storm, so to speak. Got a non-leaf gun weapon if you can. Knife is lethal, but better safe. Sorry. Anytime anyone praises God, I tell them to eat my ass. No praise and knives scared the F out of me. I remember bayonet, he got me. Oh, okay. God, it's the evil demon Satan, and the human curses vile indeed. We rebuke evil in Jesus' name. Amen. And, okay, Miss C, understood. Yeah, I do agree, Abs. That is definitely Austin. Indeed. Hello, Mary. It's nice to see you again. Oh, by the way, Mary, you could use emojis. Some special emojis. Yeah, Abs is going through a lot of messed up things. There are Timu evil people in this world, indeed. Yeah, rebuking in the name of Jesus definitely works. Yes. Yes, I agree, Abs. God has made some crazy stuff into existence, indeed. Oh, glad that you like the picture, Mary, of Baby Bubbles. Yeah, so, and shout out to Moki for the idea about the membership and the tinfoil hat emoji. Very brilliant. And also, us covering the OJ trial was her brilliant idea, and with all the other ideas that she's done. So, shout out to her for that one. And that evil. Okay, yeah, definitely. And like, for instance, like Satan was given a free will and he chose to do the wrong thing. Oh, glad that you like the mermaid. Glad that you like them. Glad God made Epstein, then took him to the escalators to hell. Yes, he did. And I was seeing some disturbing things today about the paintings he had in his house are very disturbing, and there's pictures of him with children. So yeah, that was lots of evil in the world, indeed. Now there will be a time where the Earth will be reset back to its natural state of where it was supposed to be, and I do believe also, Abs, is that life is a test, and that we are going to be tried through starvations, through hunger, through tribulations, and God is testing us, and then eventually we reached the finish line, and He will be with us, where He will give us ease when there's hardship, and there's more, as much ease as is needed to be. And I also think it doesn't mean it won't hurt or won't feel any pain from it, but it means that we'll be able to continue going, because a lot of people have given up already, but you are still with us at the moment. So I do think extremely strong to be here. Yeah, baby Jesus, amen. Yeah, He chose to be evil and choose the path of darkness, and He led Himself astray, and many other people too, and He has to pay the piper. And I agree with you, Abs, absolutely. And you have definitely that is true, and that is going on and happening. And I think both all agree that there's people in this world that just completely lack empathy, and there's circumstances that just don't fall into place right. And sometimes, like, everything that wrong could possibly happen can happen. The For instance, I mean, throughout history, there's all this different events that took place, and you do have a story to tell that I think could be certainly a movie and a TV show, as I said before. And you are right, zombies can happen whenever. The zombie apocalypse could happen at a blink of an eye, like The Walking Dead. There's another thing that could happen where people themselves become like zombies and become twisted. And they will try to devour each other person to make themselves like them. So, yeah, there are definitely zombies in the world, and there are definitely sharks in the world, too. There's, like, seals. They'll do these missions where they have to go underwater at night when in shark-infested waters. And if they see a shark, they have to hit it in the nose. And as in life, you're going to face sharks. There's going to be times where things don't go right. But, as I said, the experience itself and the endurance is something that I have felt has been really cool to experience. It's cool. Even if it's dark, it's cool for me, the things I've been through, because it made me who I am today. Yes, Murray, it is insane indeed. Yeah, it's like being in a ticking time bomb. Chernobyl shield was bombed and ineffective, so maybe the radiation will make people ill and some eerie stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's so many, and I was talking to Goose, one of my friends one of our friends here, that over in LA, there is this nuclear meltdown that happened, and all the soil is messed up over there, and people are getting sick with cancer because of the pollution over there. So how do we know that something's not going to make people into zombies in some sort of apocalypse? It can happen, in my opinion. Like, anything's possible, they say. So, really, the craziest things can just happen out of nowhere. Like diseases in general, and viruses and plagues, they just kind of like just come out of just the thin air sometimes. And yeah, they still get visitors and nearby. Yes, absolutely. So let's see. Oh, let's see this. Oh, let's go this way. Alright, this is a haunted oil rig. Oh, look at this. This is just a lonely oil rig that sits in the middle of the ocean. Oh yeah, radiation is certainly deadly and awful. Yeah. Yeah, and for instance, these are like people, they're stuck on a metal island. There's a concrete jungle, And this is a metal island. Adrenaline surge. Yep. Yep. Oh, this is a bonus. This is a toilet. We like to talk about toilets. And tetanus. Yes. Yes. Yeah, and this tetanus is all over that toilet right there. So that is the oil rig toilet. So that is a toilet. It sits over the ocean, and that's where all the dookie drops into the water. So it's not shark infested waters, but dookie infested waters. Scared. 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 Alright, and these are the sharks underneath. I'd fall through it. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And you just falling as fast and rapidly as possible. All right, so this is the shark that lurks within the waters of the oil rig and all the ghost ships too. Those are the sharks and the sea critters that lurk underneath with the fish. Yes, rusted metal tetanus. Yes. Yeah, and oh, this is another one. That's another abandoned one, just sitting. It has a helicopter pad too as a bonus from Timu Shin. Ernst said, "I love the debate. Who is evil? Is it God or is it the devil?" Now, remember, there's lots of debate about that, and there's even some Gnostic Gospels, which are not canonical Christian scriptures, but they were some Christians believed in them, where some believe that the Old Testament God was something else, and then Jesus was the one that created everything else, the main one, and which I believe it's the same person, but there is different laws and rules at the time, and then God was able to make things the way He originally intended to be with through Jesus. But yeah, but I think who brought evil into the world is that God allowed the free will because no one could truly be good without bad. There's no light without dark. And Satan chose to, through arrogance and pride, to fall from grace first. Then the third part is that the humans and the earthlings chose to disobey God according to Christian theology in the Garden of Eden. And there's a Pandora's box in some cultures. There's multiple cultures that talk about humans being tempted into something, and the symbolic meaning of the scripture also is that humans' own pride and selfishness and greed led to this world being evil, and continues the leading of the world being evil today because we're all the same as we were before. And that is the reason for it. And there were times where, say, when the fall of the earth happened, there was critters and animals and that were territorial, the possessive, the greed, and then and the fish and the foxes. I'm going all over the place, and sharks, and people want to survive. And the earth had a problem where you have droughts, you have famines, and people had to survive and be greedy. Now, it can be used for something good, but it also can be used for something bad because people have a free will. And animals, I think, are just going by their instincts. But humans have a free will, and a lot of times they choose the wrong thing, but people could also choose to do the right thing too. You can either have a sunshine or a storming rain, and you can't have one without the other. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, temptation is dangerous, right? Temptation is why we all fall away from God, and everyone that Jesus was tempted to, and he didn't fall. He's the only one. Yes, Jesus had a perfect nature. He's the new Adam. Like Adam and Eve, he's the new Adam, the new man. And he did not have the sinful nature inherited from Adam like we have, according to Christian theology. And he was able to live a sinless life, and his Holy Spirit would guide the humans to the righteous cause. All right. So, absolutely, yeah. There's some traditions that say he made a bird out of clay. Some Gnostic gospels say he spoke when he was an infant. So he certainly was, like, he took a clay bird and breathed life into it, like what God did in the Garden of Eden. He, according to, not to the Bible, but to some other Gnostic interpretations. So he certainly was an abundance of miracles, indeed. "2026, I'm paranoid I may meet a gruesome fate. I hope not. I hope you do not either, Abs, and you will never be forgotten. And in the present, Alien, where did the trial go? Oh, the trial is sitting in the back seat right now. While we haven't seen Abs in a while, and we are talking to her about the different things. So that's where it went. Anyway, so I was going to say, yeah, living in the present moment is something that helps me through my struggles. And like right now, you're with your friends in a chat looking at these abandoned oil rigs. It's like an eye in the storm. But you definitely should be cautious and aware of what could happen in 26, indeed. Oh no, Abs, I am honored to do this. And I've been playing the OJ trial for a very long time. And I want to talk to you and look at this. Yes, Alien knows how to scratch the itches. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's a massive defunct oil rig in the EU right there. Yeah. Well, look at this oil rig. It looks like a whole little town, and it has. Look how small that beam is. There's this a Timu beam. It looks like it's about to like off balance. It's gonna like tip over. It's like on pillars of sand, salt, and it says a vast ocean of nothingness. Adam the Wood was 51 when he just passed away. No funeral, no mention as to why he passed. It's been crazy. 26. This metal stuff shouldn't be in the water. Why I'm stuck in the moment trying to compute. Yeah, I know. I also think it's squeamish too. Like how in the world can you have this thing in the middle of the ocean just chilling there like that? Like just this giant metal thing just floating in the air. And also this right here as well. Well, this is another one that is in the ocean. It's this big hunk of metal that's very low to the sea. That one's very low. Too low. I know. I always wondered that myself. Like, how do they build these things? Like, this is certainly a mystery. All the depths of the ocean, all the way down deep, and they could build this thing all the way up with manpower underwater and then put it on like that. Imagine the nerve-wracking it must be to position that table there. It's like tables have two legs, and this thing just has one thing in a center. It's totally like off balance. Imagine like just walking slowly and just kind of looking over and not falling over, but just like looking over. It would be anxiety ridden. I don't know, but ask Putin for a fat solid. Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah. Scared. Alright, this is an oil rig up close with metal pipes and metal contraptions. on there. Wow, that certainly is a rig indeed. It almost looks like it's gonna walk on legs and just start walking around the ocean. Life is quick. I'll never take it for granted again. Now I'm encouraged, a ton, move forward and onward. Our lives are short and they matter. We have to live like there is no tomorrow. I'm rushing now more than ever to do stuff just because Adam the Woo. Yeah, each. I saw a quote somewhere that said something like, if you live each day as if it were your last, someday you certainly will be right. And every day I ask myself, if it may be the last day of my life, would I be doing the thing that I'm about to do? And that helped me make the difficult decisions in life. And yeah, there's times where like things didn't make sense looking forward, but looking back also. And you just have to trust in something. Your gut, destiny, karma, God, the future. That it's just all going to fall into place somehow, even if you don't make it. And I will say, Abs, you being on this platform, being with us on this channel, is a dot connecting because your story is very inspirational about resilience. No matter what the outcome is, it certainly is completely resilient. And learning and the abandoned places are so fascinating to me too, that we've also covered as well. Death is a path we all share. There's no escaping it. And I don't need to be dark, but it's quite true. Time is limited, and that's why we shouldn't be wasting it living someone else's life. Oh, this is scary. Look scared. Scared. Av says, I just want to talk to whoever came up with offshore oil rig for 5 minutes. And Alien, you are amazing. Oh, thank you. You are amazing too as well. So look at this oil rig. We have one oil rig that is dumping itself in the ocean. Look at this. It's dumping itself in the ocean. It's like trying to fall into the ocean right there. I'm going to put myself over here. This way. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Alright. These are oil rigs that are collapsing. Wow, look at that. This one's dumping in the water. That one's like going underwater. The other one's abandoned. The other one, its legs about to cave in, and then it's going to fall into itself. Wow, this is very scared. Amen, mermaid, I agree. I've been taking it so early because of stress and anger. That's a fuck no for me. That's if I saw that my heart would just cease. Yeah. And then it creaks and cracks it makes noises like the Titanic because it's like it's a being making noises as it falls into the ocean. And the ocean's unforgiving. All right. And going back here. Alright, and seeing some more this way. Oh, this is like what's underneath. Whoa. Look all those fish. And all the seaweed. And all the tetanus. And all the rusted particles. Wow, scared. Trazodone is like Tylenol for me. I need heavy shield to knock me out like Tyson. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And you are very tough. You're a tough cookie. Tough as nails. And yeah, I do definitely think that some over something simple wouldn't just take you out. All right, and oh, look at this. This is nightmare fuel. Lord. Okay, that completely imploded, and it's leaning in the water, and it's about to completely just free fall into the ocean at full speed. Imagine people jumping off of it, and it completely would be so horrid to just be stuck in that. Okay, Gulf America under pressure. Oh, look at that. Gulf of America under pressure. So this is the oil rig blown up, or it exploded. Wow, imagine an explosion on the oil rig. Some people take 100. It can never. Okay, never had it to now. Hope it tons like Tylenol. My makes me harder because carries into dreams. Oh yeah, oh yeah. The dreams probably could be scared depending on types of medicines. You rather drown first? Yeah, 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 definitely. So this is a big fire. It's burning and it's crackling and creaking, and it's the roaring of the fire. All the other ships try to, all those random ships are trying to take it out, take out the fire. Wow. It's melatonin to you. Yep. Yeah. Well, I hear you. Absolutely. It will. It's you. You're nearly. You're basically invincible. That's why you need all that to take you to sleep. Yeah. And that's the smoke in the distance. You don't take the other stuff because it'll mess with you. Always sort of stop transdome but withdrawals. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and this part is the giant oil rig collapsing and fire. And someone got that close to it to take a picture of it. And look at the glowing water. It's just like the ships that used to, the pirate ships that burned down. And it just burns there, and all that oil going out. Wow, that is just a nightmare. All right, this is an abandoned ship and an abandoned oil rig. Yeah, facts. Withdrawals hope they don't get you. Right. Right. Yeah, so both of them there at the same time, just a taunting abs. All right, this is an abandoned oil rig up close. Okay, that is the top part. A little dingy thing right there, little shit thing right there. It's like it's just barely there, floating in the water. And then this. Look at this right here. This is the what's holding it all up. Yeah. See, we got, yeah, the four pillars right there. And, right, top. Yeah, that is fairly crazy indeed. Yeah, yeah. Imagine if they had a game of exploring the oil rig and the pool rooms and the oil rigs. Yeah. Let's see. That's a ghost pirate ship. And let's see, abandoned yacht. Yeah, this is an abandoned yacht that washed up on the shore. And it rots away. Hey, put that boat right side up, yeah. And that's when it's rotting. Let's see. Oh, this is an abandoned yacht troll sunk by Irish Navy. Let's see. Yeah, the rot's what gets the adrenaline going. Right. Abandoned yacht. Why the Irish Navy was right to sink and not salvage it. Okay, so this is an abandoned yacht. This they sunk it in 2015, 11 years ago. This week, in 2015, they learned that the Irish Navy had sunk a yacht troll that had been abandoned by her owner and crew last October and had fetched up off the west coast of Ireland. She was spotted by fisheries and protection aircraft. Good for the Irish Navy, and chances of a safe and economic salvage must have appeared very similar indeed. Direct and unlit vessels present. Hello, Moki. It is great to see you. Vessels present serious hazard in other vessels. Unless there is a farm, less from the outset and serious and concerted effort to salvage the yacht by the owner or in sewers, isn't it responsible action to open to the sea cocks as you go? Reported directly that the yacht were going to be unable to identify was able to a second resource sprung into action in the Hercules C-30 130 drew from Newfoundland to make the contact and drop from the airlift. Yeah. All right, this is an abandoned yacht from 2011 with a bunch of seagulls chilling on it. This is a rotten abandon. This is a rotten yacht. Oh yes, mermaid, I am too. Major upcharge. You can send crabs. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, also, I want to say, Abs. I don't know if I told you before, but of Moki's husband unexpectedly passed away recently, and we have been uh, also prayers and thoughts for her too. I don't know if I update you about that or not, but I just want to let you know. All right, and luxury yacht ship. This is a yacht shipwreck, so it's rotten. It has uh, trees growing all over it, and it's stuck on land. Scared. We get arrested for harboring crabs. All right, this is a yacht that's on an angle that's on the shore. Right there. Okay, so that is a yacht that is on the shore in Dubai. That's interesting. Okay. And this is a yacht that's completely on its side. Right there. It's completely on its side. And it needs to be put up at a right angle. Like that angle is just unnerving the way it's positioned like on the hard ground like that. And then there's this one too. Yeah, this one looks like it's washed on a messy beach shore. This one's on a messy beach shore, and it looks new. It looks new right there, but it's actually not new because it washed up on the shoreline. Okay. Okay, you're welcome, Abs. You're welcome. All right, this is an abandoned ship that is squeezed in this structure in this canal region where it's just kind of like stuck there like a it's like constipated. It's like a constipated stream with a giant turd, a giant dookie right there. Yes, and you're welcome, chat. I'm glad to help. Okay, and that is the abandoned turd right there. Scared. Okay, this is an abandoned boat in California. Yeah, the mail. Yeah. All right, and this is the Points Rays ship, and it's on an angle right there. It's and it's look at this. It's on its side. It's all like broken up and with wood all over it, and it's all the wood's decaying. Absolutely, absolutely. Very sweet of you, Abs. All right. Yeah, so looking closer, look at this. all the tetanus and decay. It's all cracked and all messed up. Yeah, so there you go. That is the scary ghost ship right there. Yeah. That must have been when it's a little bit like before. Yeah. Okay. And oh, look at this one. It's like trying to climb on the shore, like it's like evolving. Chat. This is an evolving of ship right here, and the ship is like crawling onto land. It was trying to make it, but it couldn't. It's like it's trying to exist but can't. It just got stuck there. Amen, Maraid. Amen. This is an abandoned ship in Cosmo, Mexico. Oh, this is terrifying. The water is beautiful, by the way. This looks like my pirate game, by the way. But I said, by the way, so much I could be a millionaire from saying it so much. All right, so gonna take me out. All right, chat. Look at this. It's this ship. Oh, look at that. All the tetanus, all the brain-eating amiibos on there. Wow. And look at the green water too. Yeah, scared. Wow, that's just an eerie sight to just be floating there. Yeah, they need to make a pools room type of game where you explore these abandoned ships. I have to make that one day. The green water, yep. Yep, the green water is not going to hold back. Right. Oh yeah, look at that. See, that's where the mast is. That's where you go and pilot the ship right there. I mean, it's a better ship than Titanic because it didn't sink. It's like floating there. So it's more of an unsinkable ship than Titanic is. Fauci ain't got shit on me. Right. Okay. So there's that one. Okay. Got some more. Oh, this thing's gnarly. Look at this, chat. It's crashing violent waves. Yeah, bacteria that kills. Look at this, chat. Violent waves. There's a piece of a helpless ship just like rocking back and forth violently. as it creaks and it moans and groans, and it's just being helplessly tossed by the whims of the waves. And there's another one right there where it's just floating there in the right there, sort of like on shore. Brain eating amoebas enter the brain through the nostrils, not mouth. Ew. Oh yeah, and all the fumes. Imagine all the fumes. The fumes of the amoebas will get into the nostrils and eat the brain. Yeah, so wow, that is the ship itself, just chilling there on its side. Haso called his viewers amoebas. Hilarious. Oh, this is just hysterical, chat. One up. It's the one up is right there. Wow. Let's see. You remember that ship they left like that? Yeah, yeah, I remember that when we were talking about it. Okay, this is an abandoned barge. Let's see. Tetanus. Give me your limbs. All right, this is a ship that is just floating there. Look at that. Walk to the wave toss by Lanai, known for Shipwreck Beach, and you may find yourself with what a friend of mine calls the feels a rusty abandoned barge looms offshore, seems to lean at you. There is a long history that feels here. The pre-contact past, known for its Lanai, a known for its dwelling place of a man-eating spirits, until the Koichi mischievous prince Mayu, which I said that wrong by the way, was banished there by his frustrated father Kayu Lala, cleared the island of his baleful spirits, earned his father's love and respect. For the fast forward to World War II, the need to get fuel from around the Pacific and U.S. war effort with steel scarce, and the government had barges built of ferrocrete, a frame of metal mesh or steel alloy rebar to which concrete mixture was added in layers. These barges were towed all over the Pacific, but after the war, many were scuttled, including this one labeled the Yogan Lanai. Cultured experts in Kapamali told us this. Exactly. Tetanus. That is the reason, indeed. An old rusty nail, yeah. In 1954, the Isleways was contracted by the Navy Hall to ship from Pearl Harbor. The tug operations were told to choose a place along the windward Lanai, push the ship onto the reef, and leave it there. There sits listing as years and salt spray seep into her pores, rusting the rebar and making mush for concrete. September marks the 70th anniversary of VJ Day. Back when this was written, the Allies' victory over Japan. What memories also slowly crumbling may she hold inside her hole, haunted by war of those years ago. Alright, so that's it right there. That is from World War II. A Hawaiian island. Shipwreck Beach. That'd be a cool place to do a stream there one day. Pearl Harbor, always think of the USS Arizona. Yeah, that ship got really messed up. Indeed, and rest in peace to those brave souls that perished in that terrible event. Bazooka bait, yeah. Yeah, look at this water. It's like a baby blue. Are we going to... Oh, okay. Nice. Well, that's a really good view of all the tetanus and amoebas right there. Okay, and you got that right there. It's uh, the baby blue water, and then you have that ship. It's just I don't even know how this thing works. It's like that must be where the it's like a big like cargo ship. Yeah, no error. Right, and that's the cargo ship, and that's it, just kind of helplessly bobbing there like a cork. Okay. Alright, and... Oh, this one. Chat. This water is so green. Wow. Okay. Ghost ships are real, and they're haunting us. Here's why it's such a problem. Okay, so this is terrifying. That is green brain-eating amoeba water. Right there. With a tetanus ship. Just stagnant. I'm sure there's flies and mosquitoes and maggots eating it all up. And barnacles. Cargo ship. That ain't no cargo ship. Okay. It certainly is a vessel. It's certainly a vessel from Sheen. Nonetheless. Okay, and that right there, that one is just stagnant with that water. Wow. Yeah, deadly as hell. It's all like stagnant water and just floating there. I said better ship than Titanic. Well, here's a whole list of ghost ships. The bacteria wouldn't eat brains. All right, so let's go to this one right here. A ghost ship is a any direct licked vessel without a crew for no clear reason. Okay, so that's one right there. Briefly, let's discuss how the ghost ship ends up abandoned because it's probably not the way you're thinking. If you believe in folklore, a ghost ship is the result of mysterious affliction sweeping through the crew and killing them. However, there were some manner of illness causing this. There would be clear indications, such as human remains. If it enters the vessel, it bear fit of humans living or otherwise. The only explanation is that they abandoned deliberately. A stadium flooding. Yes, yes, that's very creepy indeed. Okay. Oh, this is a ghost ship that sunk. Okay. All right, and let's go to that. Let's see. Oh, let's see. A flooded stadium. Hello there, Lori. It is very nice to see you. Oh, look at this. Okay, let's see. Dome stadium flood. Oh, yeah. I know a flood from my city that happened. Of course. That flooded. It didn't really flood, but it like kind of flooded. I mean, it was like surrounded by water. Oh, it was from a hurricane. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, let's see. This refreshes your memory. Let's see. Now, that is one. Okay, let's see. I think I have an idea what stadium you're talking about. Now, let's see. Let's see, Tampa Stadium flood. That's not what I meant. I said flood, not food. Well, that's some good-looking food right there, by the way. But we'll get that on the way out. Okay, and let's go to the other one. Let's go to the one I know about. Here, this is a flooded stadium that I know about too well. All right, and certainly a creepy one. Right this way. Yeah, this is when the Superdome flooded. I remember watching this on TV. And I actually saw the stadium when I got back, when the water subsided. So I saw it like after the water came out of it. All right, and this is the military vehicles driving through. It's just, yeah. And what did it look like inside? All right, let's see. And the other one was in Tampa. Also, but okay. This didn't flood inside. It didn't flood inside, but it flooded outside of it did. It was just a big mess. All right, this is what it looked like inside. It didn't flood, and this is a different one that you're probably referring to. But yeah, this one, as I said, is just people were stuck in there with the tetanus and amoebas, and were just put in a chaotic situation. Right. And the one in Tampa also, and Dome Flood, Tampa. All right, so that was the Katrina one that happened in the city. And this is the other one. All right, this is the one in Tampa, which I'd say in a way could be worse than Katrina because the whole stadium's roof just ripped off. Yeah, 2005. Exactly, Missy. Okay, so this one, the whole roof ripped off. Okay, and we'll check out the hockey dome. Let's see. All right, this is the hockey dome. All right, this is a hockey dome flood right here. Those are the seats. And look at that. Look at that. That's it. Okay, good. We found our missing link. Oh, the color of the water is just unimaginable. Scared. It looks like it's hard even to describe the color. It's like gray and brown and just uh, black, and then it like gray and static. Yeah, it's completely unimaginable, indeed. Oh. And and you got all those seats, just empty ghost seats in the stadium. Yeah, completely insane, indeed. Let's do this right here. Yeah, do that. Hold on. By 720. I have to X that window out. Okay. And press that. Then drop our friend right here. And we're going to put it like so. Yeah, but definitely, I can imagine the critters that would be lurking in that. Indeed. Imagine the critters that would be in there. It's really terrifying to think about, like, what would be lurking within the water. Like, is there a monster in there? Is there something we don't know of? It's really a mystery. If you walk inside and saw this shield, myself forget how to walk. You went back to Mississippi in July 2005. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, Missy, I went to Florida to get away from it. And I also, Missy, I was in Mississippi in '05. In Columbia. That's where I was then. Look at all the debris in the water. It's like the debris doesn't even care. Yeah, Dookie water. Absolutely. Oh, this is what I gotta do, chat. Let's do this. Let's so y'all can see it better. Okay. Which I did show you all before, but then I had to put it back on the screen. Okay. And let's change this to this other thing that we put. And chilling. Alrighty, here we go. Oh, we helped the Katrina people. Oh, that's good, Missy. That's good. We appreciate it. All right, so that is some more of the. Look at that! Look at that stuff in the water right there. It looks like there's a table floating there, and some seats. Yeah, that's just like gnarly indeed. Blocked. Yeah, Dookie water. Yeah. And let's see what this was all about. And let's get the info. Explain. In June 2013, the Scott Bank, the Saddledome in Calgary suffered a catastrophic damage during the worst flooding in Alberta's history. Heavy rainfall combined with melting mountain snowpack caused nearby Elbow River to overflow, submerging the arena's lower levels. Good morning. Morning, Regina. Great to see you. Welcome to the stream. 30 million gallons of water filled the arena, reaching as high as the 8th to 10th row of its lower seating bowl. Total loss. Event level entered the level which sits below the ground. Completely submerged, and this destroyed the Calgary Flames dressing rooms, medical rooms, and kitchens and offices. Can't, couldn't, and that's a new testing spot. Holy damn. Alberta is a beach. Also reminds me of asshole. Good morning, Regina. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Critical equipment destroyed. The arena ice plant, ice resurfacing machines, electronics from Jim Borton were all ruined. Okay. Okay. And we got some more pictures of it. Oh my goodness. That's Dookie water right there. Dookie water, but it's not. Okay, it's going to be silly, so let's just put it like this. Okay, that is complete Dookie. Completely Dookie water right here. Oh, Lord. Oh, Moki, thank you for letting. I'm glad to hear that you completed your quests today. That's very important. And if you want to, if you had anything else to say, I'd like to hear about it, how it all went, if you'd like. And you've completed many quests for the day. Your mission for today is complete. You're trying to complete your quest today. Oh, that is you will complete it. I believe. I'm confident it'll work out. Why did that? What is it? Why can't I comprehend? Oh, I know it's very difficult to comprehend this. It's like he got this mud, complete mud and gunk. Yeah, brown mud. Oh yes, Lori. Yeah. So he got this brown water that is just sitting there. It looks almost like a plastered paste of goop. Complete, like I said, sewage. Dookie water. it seems like scared, 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 and Laud is my two lines. It's an ice skating rink before ice. Yeah. So you have like the entrance over there that just kind of like lurking in the distance, like distancing itself from the situations. All the seats in there are trying to pretend that they're not real, and like they're trying to ignore what's going on. And then you got this elephant in the room of like Dookie elephant water in the room just sitting there in the middle. So yeah, that is a big mess. Oh, okay, yes, I'd like to hear the story. Absolutely. Ham says, nuke it completely unsalvageable by. Yeah, completely unsalvageable. Throw it and send it straight to hell. Let's see what the comments are saying. I don't know looks better than Ice Boston had last night. At least they can start getting it ready for next season. The Saddle Dome has blue seats. I was so sad to see it when it flooded like this. Wow. My here goes out of the flames and fans right now. They lost the Kuiper and even their dome took a beating. Damn, all that mud and dirt clean out. How well would a Zamboni do compared to people sweeping it out with brooms? Yeah, wow, yeah. Okay. Oh, this one's even more gnarly. Chat. Give us all nightmares here. Moki says, Mike's phone woke me up at 4 in the morning, chiming. I checked it, and he had notification from a singer he follows was titled Trust God's Plan, not religious singer either. Oh, wow. Amen. Amen. Definitely, indeed, trusting in God's plan. That is a very great sign. And God is the greatest of all planners. And he knows what he's doing. Thank you so much for sharing that. Indeed. Yeah, got you. God has you in the palm of his hand. Indeed. And okay, so this is another view of the theater. Oh, this is so eerie, chat. There is these lights in the theater that are at the top, and they're on, and then you have all those lights that are still on while it's flooded. That's incredible. That's terrifying. Like, that's not supposed to be a thing. As says the lights are still on. Hell no, turn them off. Yeah, turn them off immediately, right now, or someone's getting fired. Yeah, looks like the shark's gonna say hello. Right. Yes, Smokey. A trust in God's plan is a great message for you to cling to. Yes, it is, and He has you. He will never let you go. The scripture says, the rain. I was telling Abs earlier, the rain falls on the just and the unjust, and if and believer's house is built on the rock, and having unshakable confidence in God, the storms of life will come, but you'll still be standing after it's over. When the people that did not have their house built on the rock will wash away. They built their house in the sand. Like, even like a person looking for a coin in their house, like, that's what God feels for us. And He wants to give us a good day and a good time. And help us go through what we need to go through. It certainly builds endurance. And I do think it's all life in general is a test from God also. Yeah, so that water looks like there is sharks that are going to be lurking, that are going to start coming out to bite. There's going to be like some mysterious sea monster ghoul that's going to just rise out of it, or there's like an alligator in there, or a homeless person swimming in there. Yeah, it's very odd. Amen, abs. Amen. Okay, the hubby's pick tomorrow anniversary after 21 years. Wow, wow. Thank you for letting us know. Yes. Yes, Smokey. Correct. It's a hockey stadium. It was the Saddle Dome ruin below row 8. A Calgary Flame stepping from tunnel onto the Saddle Dome ice Saturday would have required scuba gear. The Scotiabank Saddle Dome has been hit hard by floods that ravaged parts of the Saddle Dome in Alberta. You thought you're seeing wrong, right? Right. Scared. Floodwaters reached the 8 row of seats in the lower bowl and submerged the Flames' dress room team. President Ken King said Saturday. And Moki, Judy wants to know if you can see her. All right. And oh, okay, good. You can see her. Oh, it's Canada too. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Moki said she said hi earlier. Okay. Oh, that is good to know. Floodwaters reached the 8th row of seats, and the lower bowl submerged in the flames. Dressing room team president Ken King said Saturday. Oh, Missy, she saw it. We were talking about this stadium, but she saw what you said, and we are glad that you told us. Her mine, it won't show up. All right, floodwaters reached the 8th row of seats and the lower bowl and submerged the Flames dressing room. Team president Ken King said Saturday. That means if you were a hockey player walking from a tunnel onto the ice, you would be underwater yourself, he said. It's very difficult to describe millions of gallons of water sitting in that building. A contract signed by former Flames captain Jim Polinsky was among some of the portable memorable says. And Moki says, "Oh, I'm sorry, Judy, I missed it about your anniversary. I hope it brings warm memories." So, Judy, she didn't see her message like I thought she may have, but she is hopes he brings you warm memories. Merry New Year, and she wishes us wish peace, love, and understanding for all. Delight, wishing you also warm memories. Yeah, Judy. She was basically what Moki is saying is that she wanted to that the memories that you have with him that were good, that you could remember it in a positive way. That's what she's trying to say. She's giving you a message of goodwill. That is what she is saying to you because you are very helped her out and were kind to her and also we also want to return the favor to you. Means if you were a hockey player walking from the tunnel onto the ice, you would be underwater yourself, and he said it's very difficult to describe millions of gallons of water sitting in a building. Oh, yes, yes. We know that he died. Okay, so it wasn't a wedding. Oh, his death. Oh, okay. So, Moki, it was not his wedding anniversary, but the anniversary of his passing instead. That's what she meant. So, Judy, it was just a misunderstanding. Uh, we thought it was like a wedding. So you meant that it was the anniversary of his passing. Okay. So, in condolences for your loss, Judy, about what happened, and we are here for you, and you know come a long way, and especially the technology has definitely changed. He would think that the technology was uh, much more advanced than it was back in 21 years ago. So, condolences about your loss, and we are here for you. Oh, mermaid, she's okay. We it was just a little bit of a misunderstanding. That's all. Okay, and okay, mermaid, understood. And have a good evening. And everything else on the Saladome event level, the nerve center for games and concerts was a total loss. King told reporters at McMahon Stadium news conference. Yeah, so Moki misread what Judy was saying. That's what happened. Okay. The event level is the lowest floor in the building. The ice plant and the ice resurfacing machines, kitchens and Saladome. Right. Scared. The event level of the lowest floor. The event level is the lowest floor of the building. The ice plant is resurfacing machines, kitchens, and yes, mermaid. I do agree. It's okay to wish somebody warm wishes. I do agree with that, mermaid. And Moki did not do anything wrong with that. I agree. Okay. And mermaid, I would like you to stay with us, and uh, you could do what you feel is best to help the situation. Also, we really would like you here to, as we chat about these different things, and we appreciate you help with us in chat. All right. And the event level is the lowest floor of the building. The ice plant, ice resurfacing machines, kitchens, saddle dome, staff uniforms are examples of what was under the water Saturday. Oh, okay, mermaid, understood. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, he stressed that the Saddle Dome was real estate building and the loss of life and homes Southern Albertans have suffered more important. Saddle Dome has been part of the lifeblood of the city since it was built in 1983 for the arrival of NHL's Flames and the 1988 Winter Olympics. And the addition to serving as home arena of the Flames Western Hockey League's Hitman and National Lacrosse. Its concert venue as well, exhibition space for Calgary Stampede, which opens July 5. City officials have not canceled this year's Stampede. So yeah, this is the, as I said, the abandoned stadium. This is a little bit with some better lighting. Well, this is the other one's from a different angle. Okay. All right. Scared. Okay. Okay, so this is a closer view of the. This is a closer view of the stadium's itself, rather than a view of it from a bird's eye view. This is a view from closer to the where the water is. Right, and right there you have that, and then you have the different seats and the dark water. Is this like the pools room? Like, Mermaid has an excellent channel with the pools, and it reminds you of that game, definitely, in a way, because you have to go through all these different pools and different cracks and creeks, and it's very psychological. Okay, and this is even closer. Okay, that's an eerie flashlight on some of the right there. Okay, Mermaid, understood. Understood. And fast. Yeah, it's been a very tough week, and there has been, definitely lots going on, and so we appreciate you very much, Mermaid, uh, and thank you for explaining that to me. Okay, so this is a scene from all the red seats are sitting there eerily. So you got the all the red, and then it's like this eerie light just peering over, and the ghostly phantom water, which you don't even know what's in it, as all the amoebas and the tetanus is lurking right there. Just a quiet, eerie theater with the eerie lights on. That really is a scene of horror, indeed. And let's go here. This is where both me and countless friends work. I've probably lost job as internship for school. I was expecting this damage when I woke up this morning. This is what somebody said in the comment section, but I was ready to see this. This appears to be in section 108, 109, in which appears to be taken to a section of 18109 and appears to be owner's suit. These sections are behind the players' benches. That's terrible. And also, someone said in a comment that's terrible to hear. Howdy, Shell. It is great to see you. USA all the way. American flags. And we are having conversations about different things, and we are talking about abandoned places. Cyril here, I hope that you're able to find some new opportunities. And may I ask, they want to know what the field is. Man, I thought 2005 would see bad, but Calgary seems to be major disastrous. And the person said they worked in the ticket office, not for Flames, but for Ticketmaster, and you never think that the Sandal Dome could ever get this way. It's basically a bunker. It's chilling for me, and think that I, staying inside there Thursday, probably one of the last few people to be building. It was okay. Wow, yeah. That is arena is that okay? This is another commenter said that arena is ruined. There is no way any event will be held there for 3 to 5 months. I'm saddened to know lots history and like championship photos outside the locker room was destroyed because of this. Okay, good night, Judy. Uh, thank you for being here. All right. Given that the top row is 13, the water looks to be halfway up row. It means the water is going down from earlier reporter row, so that at least something is right. Wait to freeze, play hockey, and the problem solved. Okay. All right, and then we can get some more. Hey, that is a view of the stadium with another view of the water, and this time the chairs look a bit more bluish, like dark looking. I guess the back part of it is red. Okay. Chris, it's just another day for me. I hope it'll get better as time goes on. Grief leaves. It comes in waves. Love you all. Take care, Moki. Oh, okay. Yes, yes. Take care, Abs. Yes, he is Mermaid, and I do agree. Indeed. Yes, he is awesome. I agree. All right, so that must be what it looked like before. That's what the stadium looked like from before. Okay, Moki, understood. All right, that's the arena. Now let's see when they're clearing it out after uh, the waters subsided. Okay. These are some more abandoned ships. And let's see about why the ships are abandoned. Okay. Right, exactly, mermaid. Right, right. Okay. Well, Drew, you need to be cool with mermaid. You can't be. Don't be mean like that, people. Well, mermaid. She wasn't. She's just trying to help out the channel. Okay. 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 Crazy. Okay. All right. Okay, mermaid. Okay. 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 So now let's see. Hear the phrase "ghost ship." What comes to mind? Perhaps the water. Okay, understood, mermaid. Okay. Perhaps water-logged gallon floating through the eerie mists, and the crew host of skeletal pirates. While they certainly plenty of folk tales and myths about such ships. The term actually has proper real life meaning. A ghost ship, also occasionally known as the phantom ship, refers to a vessel that found out in the ocean without a living crew manning it. Additionally, there is no clear explanation for the vessel being abandoned, such as depleted supplies or weather damage. Ghost ships have inspired seafaring stories for centuries, but most of the disturbing thing about them is their relation to the supernatural rather than the problem, as these abandoned vessels are drifting into spots they shouldn't be, crashing into sensitive environments and endangering the floral fauna that live there. It's a big problem that the ecology perspective right up there with climate induced reef bleaching, not to mention a waste of perfectly good vessels in some cases. This is why efforts have been taken to prevent the abandoning vessels in the first place. Very leave recycle a ghost ship for a better purpose. Okay. And there's a whole abandoned like subdivision near Disneyland. I've seen videos, scary, unhoused folks, but just on the other side of Disney fence, yippee. Okay. A ghost ship is any derelict vessel without a crew for no clear reason. Briefly, let's discuss how a ghost ship ends up abandoned, because it's probably not in the same way you're thinking. If you believe in folklore, a ghost ship is the result of some mysterious affliction sweeping through the crew and leading them. However, if there were some manner of illness causing this, there would be a clear indication, such as human remains. If the entire vessel is bereft of humans living otherwise, to the only explanation is what abandoned deliberately. I think the subdivision in the hotel and abandoned this movie, I can't recall the name, or I think it was mentioning Hurricane Katrina, possibly. Right. Why would you abandon an entire vessel, though? Well, for the same reason that most people abandon anything, because it doesn't work, or you don't want to pay for it anymore. Some ghost ships are results of complete, unfixable mechanical failure, forcing its crew to take lifeboats and leave it behind. More than often, though vessels are abandoned as cutting measures, various ghost ships throughout the history have been successfully tracked back to their owners, who confess the abandoning or sculpting vessels because there couldn't be afford to upkeep anymore. Docking and recycling a ship costs money as well, especially if the vessel isn't made primarily out of recyclable materials, so sometimes it's easier to just dump it somewhere. Or said, hey, check this out. Anyone could say they are captain of a ghost ship, and no one could prove them wrong. Ghost ships sink or run aground, damaging local environments. The reason ghost ships are problematic is similar to the reason littering is problematic in general, be it the much larger scale. When a ship abandoned, it's left completely to the mercy of the elements, including the waves and wind, whether it's ultimately sunk by choppy waters or guided by landmass. It's the same problem that ship is going somewhere it's not supposed to be. Okay, understood, mermaid. If you've never seen a ship sink or run aground, it's quite a massive event. The sheer weight of the vessel crashing into the seafloor, running into the island shallow, can completely destroy natural elements like reefs or marshlands, displacing their residents. In the best case scenario, a sunken ship may become a new home for sea life. An interesting scientific curiosity, however, depending on whether the ship made it or was carrying it, can also release toxic elements into the unwilling home, all but ensuing no natural life can ever return to that area and potentially endangering local human life. Okay. Understood, Mermaid. Thank you for letting me know. If you've never seen a ship sink or run aground, it's quite a massive event. The sheer weight of a vessel crashing, running aground, completely destroy the natural environments like reefs and marshlands, displacing their residents. In the best case scenario, a sunken ship may become a new home for sea life. An interesting scientific curiosity, however, depending on what the ship is made of or what it was carrying. It can also release toxic elements into the unwilling home, all but ensuring the no natural life can ever return to that area, potentially endangering local human life. Its ship crashes in the odd place. It could even become a dangerous, obscured obstacle for other vessels. He wants to go in the ship in Meow Mix. Yes, yes. Efforts to prevent or recycle ghost ships have been ongoing for about as long as there's been a seafaring industry. Investigators search the remains of identifiers to link the returns to them. Their owners alter, after which point the vessel either resumes operations or is scuttled. Post World War I, the U.S. Navy used ghost ships for target practice, though that doesn't really fix the problem in the modern age. Legislators have been workshop for new rules discouraging abandonment first place, as well as improving recycling programs to accept more of old ship materials. All right, so that's some interesting facts about that. Yeah, Bubbles is chilling. Yeah, Bubbles is chilling. Yeah. All right, let's go here. Yeah, he's on a schedule like Stinky. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and Mermaid says there's really a cool game where you can go to an alien ocean planet full of oceans. It's mainly about that and these shipwrecks. That is very cool. That is a game I'd like to play. Yeah, you definitely should try those games. I'll certainly be glad to watch that. Yeah. Alright, ghost ships left abandoned. Right there. Okay, you have... Yeah, that ship that's hanging out on its side. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Oh, Subnautica, that's really nice. I like that. Very mysterious. That'd be a cool game to play in the stream. Yeah, it's extremely real looking. The graphics are superb. Because it looks like you're actually fighting the monster. Lori, so my kid is sick and end of the year. Lori, hope you feel better and don't get sick. Session about that, okay. Thank you. Check out the gameplay once. Also, Alien, you'll love it and have a Subnautica winter, and you can play the game for free. Roam level quests. Oh, nice, nice. That's, Oh, very interesting. I like this. TH, I love this game. It horrifies me. Is a good as pools. It's not better. It has many creatures and many scary ones. Yeah, stay kind isolated. I don't get sick before or after Tantanami. Honestly, it was one of the best holidays ever, and keep small gathering. Right. Looks like a UFO. All right. Merry Christmas. We're very lucky to have it, and tonsil remove sounds right. And of course, play the stream if you computer can run it. Yeah. A critically acclaimed open-wide survival adventure game developed by Unknown Worlds Entertainment, set entirely on an alien ocean planet. Players must manage their character healthy, hungry, thirst, and oxygen levels while exploring vast underwater teeming with life. Subnautica, you play as Riley Robinson and the lone survivor of the crashed spacecraft Aurora on planet 4546b. The game unfolds to form a first person perspective focusing on exploring resource gathering and crafting to survive the dangers of the alien ocean. Youngest son is reprising Zelda Ocarina of Time. I think it's a name, and I love the music. Reminds me of when he was little. Yeah. He's also real Oshrinia. I'd love to hear him play it. RealMG, I BF that game. Music is amazing. They have like hour-long versions of YouTube. I play them to music's so good. Lori, I saw those and we have one too, and I don't think he can figure out. Oh, it's impressive to hear someone know how to play it. In Subnautica, you play as Riley Robinson, the lone survivor of the crashed spacecraft Aurora on planet 4546b. The game unfolds from the first person perspective, focusing on exploration, resource gathering, and crafting to survive the dangers of an alien ocean. Exploration. The game encourages the exploration, though diverse biomes, including lush coral reefs, deep, luminescent underwater rivers, and dangerous lava fields with very little hand holding. Ocarina. Okay, thank you. Those little things are cool, yes. Okay. Survival mechanics. Key survival elements include managing oxygen supply while diving, as well as finding food and water to starve off the hunger and thirst, the hostile environment. The difficult can be customized through different game modes. Survival mode, standard experience requiring management of a survival meter's health, hunger, thirst, oxygen. Freedom mode removes hunger and thirst management, allowing for more focused exploration. A more challenging experience where death means the end of the game. Creative mode allows players to explore the world and build a freestyle without health. Yeah. Well, thank you, Mermaid, for telling us about that. All right, and let's go here. Let's see. Top tier. All right, let's see about some Epstein stuff going on. All right, let's go here. Now, in this one, it says, so this is just a little, we talk about Epstein sometimes, so let's talk about some Epstein news. Okay, Bondi accused of Epstein files cover up after blowing off deadlines. I'm glad to know you're still alive. I was worried. You've been in the vacuum of space. Thank you for boarding the ship. We appreciate you. Shout out to you, buddy. Alright. See, Venezuela might be a top agenda for Congress returns from its holiday recess, but Democratic lawmakers have not forgotten that Trump administration has missed a key deadline regarding the Epstein files. Senate Minority Leaders Chuck Schumer and Monday slammed Justice Department for failing to submit a report to Congress required by the law, forced release the files. He noted that the Post said it was required to include the list of the government officials and politically exposed persons named to referenced and release materials without redactions. What are they trying to hide? Schumer wrote in the lengthy post on X. Yeah, exactly. It's possible that it could have been faked. My opinion, anything's possible. And yeah, Maxine's still alive. That is weird indeed. Yeah. January 3rd deadline for Justice Department to explain its redactions for the produced documents came and went without response. The same day U.S. carried out its strike on Venezuela. All right, let's unzoom. You know for a fact I'm not human, so traveling the vacuum of space is required at times to ensure new supplies are found. That is true. That is understood. Absolutely. And no asteroids got to you. You were able to, you navigate the realms of space very well, and you're very experienced with it. Democratic Senator noted that it has been 17 days since the Justice Department first violated the law by failing to release all the Epstein files within 30 days of Trump signing it. Instead of Justice Department last month released a trove of files, many of which are heavily redacted. Okay, now you see it all. That's good. Yeah, your new. Oh, yeah, the new Minor Neptune. Glad to hear how that's going. Yeah. Said of the Justice Department last month released a trove of files, many of which were heavily redacted. Trump officials said that more files would be released in the upcoming weeks rather than meeting the deadline. Several more tranches have been dropped since. Nancy Grace's video was pretty good. Okay. In the stunning admission just before Christmas, the Justice Department revealed it had discovered over 1 million more files related to Jeffrey Epstein in the Southern District of New York. It was then revealed that Justice Department was scrambling to recruit 400 lawyers to help review 5.2 million pages of documents related to the convicted sex offender, according to New York Times, just before the new year. Here's what we've seen. Less than 40,000 pages released since December 19, heavily redacted none of the key documents and the new information that was alleged Epstein's co-conspirator Schumer wrote on Monday. Breaking, Trump DOJ has failed to submit the report of Congress, which required list of government officials politically exposed per person's name or reference. He warned that Congress does not even truly know how many more files there are to be released and accused the Justice Department of lawlessness. Schumer was. The toilet paper supply needs to be refilled. So we need you to fulfill that order. Glad you came back in time. Schumer was not the only lawmaker who returned to Washington on Monday with Epstein files still top of mind. $20 quadrillion rolls for a reason. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, vaccine. Update. Next part here, Maxine. Oh. Yeah, super awful. There's another thing I want to show. It had to do with. Well, let's see what happened with Prince Andrew. This weirdo. Ex-Prince Andrew is utterly pig-headed and could actually find himself homeless if he ignores King Charles's deadline to evict, sources claim. Well, I'm glad that you got it under control because my alien self did not. Yeah, definitely a horror movie indeed. Pirate kind of reminds me of the first SpongeBob movie. Yeah. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly known as Prince Andrew and Duke of York, is set to move out Royal Lounge in 26. Rumors have suggested Andrew will move into the shoebox-sized property on the Sagnarham estate, but some royal sources have expressed concerns about King Charles's eviction timeline. The Daily Mail's royal editor, Rebecca English, suggested that King Charles has his work cut out for him, and particularly with the fast approaching deadline to evict the ex-Duke of York royal lounge, stripping his brother. His birthright as well as dukedom came as a huge surprise to some who doubt Charles had the stomach for it. English noted, however, Andrew's demotion seems to have been generally well received by the general public per English. As King Charles will approach his brother's eviction, the out. Alright, so we're just going to go this way and find another one. Express Andrew's reputation takes another hit following the new release of incriminating emails. The 2001 email was signed AXXX and purportedly came from someone at Scotland's Ballamore Castle, the summer residence, and a British family. According to New York Times, the message convicted sex trafficker Glassy Maxwell asked her whether she'd found the writer some new inappropriate friends. In a follow-up, a laminate his valet has died, and that after leaving the RN Royal Navy, his life is in turmoil. As he writes, "I have no one to look after me," but he has to man up. Emails are part of the Trente release. Oh. Emails are part of a Trente release of the U.S. Justice Department related to the investigation of the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, and while he has not been conclusively identified, it bears remarkable resemblance to Andrew Mountain Windsor, a known friend of Maxwell and Epstein. He hosted the Ballamore, who left the Royal Navy in 2001. Further supporting that theory, on March 2002, Maxwell referred to Andrew in a communication to which she asked a friend to round up pretty friends that you can trust and rely on to be friendly and discreet and funny. Discreet and fun. Messages are damning for Royal, once known as Randy Andy, and the Justice Department has officially requested that Andrew be compelled to answer the questions about his relationship with Epstein in UK. He previously settled a sexual abuse lawsuit with the late Virginia Giuffre, who accused him of having sex with her when she was a teen for reported $16 million. The 65-year-old has denied all allegations. All right, so that's some news on Epstein. Hello, Bubbles.
How that works in a limousine from the could separate the driver's compartment from where your client or the customer is? How does that
Ye-
work?
There's a button in the back that the client or whoever you have in the car can put up the divider. There's a glass one that you can see through, and then there's another fully dark one, like a wood border, that goes up in between if you want total privacy.
All right. Did any time did Mr. Simpson ever put this total privacy partition up that night?
No.
At any time did he even put the clear one up that
No.
night? In other words, he left it down at all times. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when it's down, you're able to communicate and just talk back and forth. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, in most limousines, was it true at yours that if you had put the one of total privacy up, there's usually a phone in the back where you can talk back and forth if you wanted to. Isn't that right?
Yes.
All right. But in your conversations that you've described for us with Mr. Simpson, the two of you were just able to talk back and forth. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, yesterday, you described for us this figure of this person that you saw, you recall, and you told us that, as I understand it, when you first observed this figure, this person was just about in the entranceway of the Rockingham residence, right?
Yes.
And you could not tell us from whence, like that, you could not tell us from where that individual had come. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And you saw this individual for just a fleeting period of time, just a second or two. Is that right?
Yes.
And your observation at that time was from outside the gate, on the Ashford gate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever, when you first saw this figure of this person who was going toward the front door of Rockingham, sir, did you ever see or overhear any conversation between this person that you said was wearing something dark, perhaps even a robe, with the gentleman who you described as Cato Kalin later? Did you see them at all talking at all when you saw this figure of this individual?
No.
When Cato Kalin then let you inside and you pulled inside, you told us about your observations. You then had a conversation with him. Is that correct?
Correct.
With Cato Kalin?
Yes.
And then, as we understand, it was within no more than 6 minutes that you then saw Mr. O.J. Simpson come down, and you then saw him for the first time.
That's correct.
And so that we're clear for the jury, the bag that he was carrying when he came down, when you first saw him within 5 or 6 minutes after you got there, is that the bag that looks similar to the Louis Vuitton bag that we just showed the jury?
Yes.
And he was carrying that bag in his hand?
Yes.
And was it folded over?
Yes.
In the fashion that appeared here?
Yes.
The two duffel bags were already outside.
Yes.
Now, when you were in and around that driveway, I may have asked you this yesterday, you never saw any blood drops anywhere on that driveway, did you?
No, I didn't.
Never saw any blood drops in the foyer area of the residence that I showed you a picture of yesterday, did you? Oh, well, did you?
No, I didn't.
Since June 12th, 1994, have you had occasion to go back out to Rockingham at all, that location?
No.
You've never been out there with the police or anything?
No.
You described for Ms. Clark yesterday that you wore glasses because you had trouble seeing things far away. You're nearsighted, right?
Correct.
And how do you determine when you wear your glasses? You're going to wear your glasses?
Pretty much just when I feel like it. I don't wear them very often at all.
So it's just if you
I think they make my eyes worse.
Yeah, really?
Yes.
So, all right. At any rate, you didn't have them on that night, did you?
No.
Now, with regard to Mr. Dale St. John, did you talk to him at all anymore that night after you dropped Mr. Simpson off?
No, I didn't.
When did you next talk to him, if you did, in connection with taking Mr. Simpson to the airport?
I think it was the next morning.
And did you keep the limousine with you that particular night? If you
It was at his house, which is across the street. I mean,
You took it back to his house
yes.
and then just walked home, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you have you not, seen pictures of the Rockingham residents during the times you met with Ms. Clark and the others at the DA's office, isn't that correct?
Yes.
In fact, when you met with her last Friday in this building, like 11 o'clock on, at that time you went over some photographs or pictures at that point, did you not?
A few, yes.
All right, and some of those few pictures were of the Rockingham residents, were they?
Yes.
When you were parked before you went to either the Rockingham gate or the Ashford gate, when you were parked, I guess on Ashford, you were parked in a way you could look down Rockingham, were you?
Not actually down Rockingham. I was just looking at it.
But you could look at Rockingham, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Is that why you're in the car? Is that why you were still seated in the car?
Yes.
And when you got outside the car and kind of walked...
Oh, Denisha. Okay, so, yeah, it looks like I caught myself a Denisha. Okay, so earlier our friend Abs came, and we did talk about the ships in abandoned places, because that's what we like to talk about, which likes to talk about. And originally it was the OJ trial, then I switched it, but now I went back to the OJ one, so the topics earlier in the stream were talked about. Yeah, I caught myself a Denisha. Okay. Yes, Zero, it's lurking somewhere. Yeah. Okay. So, okay. Shout out to all of y'all. Okay. I'll edit the title a little bit, to, maybe, or maybe not. Might get some more unexpected guests. All right.
around and walked to the rear of the car. Could you see down toward Rockingham at that point?
No, I was sitting on the curb looking, which would have been down the Ashford gate
All right, so you'd be
of the
looking
residence.
the Ashford gate toward the residence of that
Yes.
point. Right. The vehicle was pointed forward, and you got out and were looking, what direction is that?
That would be south.
Looking south at that point.
The
is that
car was pointing west.
west at that point. All right. Then I understand that the other item may be here.
Yes, Ms. Clark, you want to take a look at this real quick?
When you were up in the DA's office meeting with Ms. Clark last Friday, do you remember what pictures she showed you of Rockingham?
I don't recall.
Were they some of the same photographs that we saw yesterday during your direct
Yes.
examination? So they look familiar. Did you see any of the boards here at that time also?
The phone records.
Saw the phone records?
Yes.
And you saw some pictures that look similar to the pictures that you see here?
Yes.
Saw here. Is that right? Okay. I'm going to approach you first and show you a black bag. The council has seen it. I'm going to ask you whether or not this black bag, and I'll place it before you. Strike that. Let me just place the black bag before you first. Can you take a look at that, please, sir?
This one looks familiar.
Now, you've had occasion to look at that black bag.
Yes.
Does that black bag look similar to either one of the black duffel bags that you've described for the jury to this point?
Yes, it does.
And does it look dissimilar at all?
It looks very similar.
All right, looks very similar.
Yes.
And so this could have well been one of the black duffel bags that were out in front of the Simpson home, in front of the entranceway. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Man, move closer to the jury.
Yes.
Now I want to show you another bag. Also seen.
All right, we'll mark this defense 1065.
1065.
Yes.
1065 for you. Ask you to take a look first of all at 1065. Now, with regard to Defendant's 1065, it's obviously empty, doesn't have anything inside of it. It does have, first of all, a handle apparently on it. Does this look similar to any of the, either one of the black bags you saw there that particular night?
No, not that I remember.
You don't recall seeing a bag that looked similar to this that night?
No.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. With regard, Your Honor, I'd like to place on the Elmo, if I could, Defendant 66E, if I can.
Defendants or prosecution?
Prosecution 66E. Thank you. Now, can you see 66E there?
Yes.
And I just wanted to have you take a look at that again. And can you help us and show us, I don't want to particularly write on this particular diagram, but perhaps a word picture will be helpful, where the vehicle you described as the Rolls Royce or the Bentley is parked in that driveway by using the various descriptions that are depicted on 66E.
It would have been just about in that little inlet area, right above the word driveway on the Rockingham driveway.
Right above the word driveway, and you're getting some help with it?
Yeah, a little bit farther towards the street.
All right, so the Bentley would be there?
Yes.
And Ms. Clark has no objection if we were, Your Honor, to mark that area for the Bentley? Should we put, Put a box there. We'll make a box. Put R. And it's pointed toward the Rockingham gate, right?
Yes.
And that, so that mark there on 66E is the, why don't you put an RR by it?
How about B?
Well, B.
Everybody's calling it a Rolls Royce.
Well, it's a B. They're similar, Your Honor. We'll make it a B.
If we make it a BE, it's different from the other B.
Well, it's in white.
All right, so is that a fair approximation of where you believe you saw the Bentley that particular night, sir?
Yes.
Now, this other car that you said, the other dark car, do you recall where that car would be in relationship to the Bentley?
Oh, right behind it.
All right, and so we may either make a very small car or run into that other B, but right behind it, Mr. Harris, can you do that? Right in that area there?
Yes.
All right, and that's the one you're not positive about, right?
Correct.
It was dark. Well, I think we meant, we'll
You know,
understand.
Mr. Craig, I really don't think it's necessary to mark it. The jury
All right, that's
has been
fine.
there, they've seen it,
All right,
they know what we're talking about.
fine, then no problem, then, Your Honor. So we know the area. Thank you, Your Honor. May I have just one more, Your Honor?
Perhaps this will be a good moment. I need to give my court reporter a brief recess. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute comfort recess for the court reporter. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions. Don't conduct any deliberations. Don't let anybody communicate with you. And I'm going to ask you to step back into the jury room. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. All right, Mr. Park, you can step down. Come back in 10 minutes. By oath, Mr. Cochran, you may continue.
Park, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Park, you described for us briefly yesterday the stretch limo. How long is that stretch limo, sir, if you recall?
I don't know the exact length. It's I'd say approximately 28 feet.
And it does require some maneuvering when you're turning it, does it not?
Yes.
I want you to take a look at a photograph, and I want to ask you a couple of questions regarding the photograph. You see, I think it's People's 136. Thank you. Can you see People's 136 for identification there?
Yes.
By the way, have you ever seen that particular photograph before?
Yes, I have.
And could you have seen that photograph in Ms. Clark's office
Yes.
last Friday?
Possibly, yes.
And we've already covered the fact that you're clear about the Bentley, but not so clear about the car behind, right?
Correct.
And does that photograph comport with your present recollection of how the cars were configured that night when you were looking into the Rockingham Gate?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the stretch limo, as I understand it, in order for you to come out the Rockingham Gate, you'd have to come right down the driver's side of those two cars depicted in People's 136 for identification, is that right?
Yes.
And do you know, as you look at that photograph and recalling that particular driveway, whether it would have been possible to maneuver that stretched limousine around two cars as they're parked and configured there?
I wouldn't know that.
You don't know that, do you?
No.
It'd be a lot easier if that second car wasn't there to get out of that driveway. Isn't that correct?
There's no cause for speculation.
Well,
Well, can you tell from that picture?
No.
all right, well, let me ask you this way. With regard to the way the cars appear there, you can't tell whether it's possible to maneuver the stretch limousine around them. Isn't that correct?
From that picture, no.
Right. However, you'd agree, would you not, that if there were only one vehicle there, it would tend to be easier to get around than where you have two vehicles parked in tandem. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. And as we sit here now, does that photograph, People's 136, in any way refresh your recollection of whether or not there were one or two cars there on June 12th in the late evening hours?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Now, sir, with regard to the stretch limousine, you spoke with Officers Tippin and Carr on or about June 15th, 1994. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you spoke to them in person and also by phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them in person, was it at the Harbor Division of the LAPD?
Yes, it was.
All right. And after they talked to you, were you aware of whether or not they went and looked inside the rear of this the stretch limousine?
Yes, I told them that might be a good idea. It hadn't been used since that night.
All right. So they went. These two officers, Tippin and Carr, looked inside the vehicle.
Yes.
All right. Were you with them at that point?
No.
All right. You told them to do that, right?
Yes.
And lastly, did you have any, as you think back on that night, when you came out the Rockingham Gate to then go up to Sunset and go to the airport, did you have any trouble in getting out of that driveway and negotiating the turn from in front of the house to go out the driveway, if you recall?
No, I didn't have any trouble. I didn't hit anything.
Well, that's the ultimate
Yeah,
test,
I
isn't
didn't-
it? That's the, all right, but I want you to think back for me. Do you recall any problems in negotiating or maneuvering?
No.
All right. You didn't hit anything?
No.
Good. I think I have nothing further to this witness at this point, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark?
Good morning, Mr. Park.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let me first ask you, when you were at the defendant's home on the night of June the 12th, were you in a hurry?
It depends on what point in time.
Well, when you finally saw, let me ask you, that's good, thank you. By the time the defendant came downstairs to the limousine, were you in a hurry?
Yes.
Okay. And did he appear to be in a hurry?
Yes.
Were you spending time trying to study the defendant, his hands and his body, when he came downstairs?
No.
This is a suggestion, Your Honor.
For Fred's question.
How carefully were you trying to observe the defendant's body and hands when he came downstairs finally to the limousine?
Not at all.
Did you pay any attention to his hands at all?
No.
Shake his hands or have any physical contact with him, with his body or his person?
Shook his hand, yes.
And which hand did you shake?
Right hand?
You ever touch the left hand?
No.
You told us, I think that he was carrying a black overcoat.
Yes.
Do you recall whether he had that overcoat draped over his left arm?
What I said, I don't remember if he had it on or if he was carrying it.
And if he was carrying it, do you recall which arm, whether it would have been the right or the left arm that he had it over?
No.
Sustain.
When you were at the, okay, you indicated, I think earlier, that you were on Ashford twice in two different positions that night, correct?
Yes.
When you were parked on Ashford, I'm showing you people 63, sir. I believe you indicated that the first time you parked on Ashford, you said you parked in that location where you see that black Jeep in the photograph,
That's correct.
and that you sat behind the limo on the curb.
Correct.
Were you able to see the Rockingham gate from your position behind the limousine on the curb?
No, I wasn't.
Were you able to, and then later on, I think you indicated that you parked facing in towards the Ashford gate. You recall that?
Yes.
Were you able to see the Rockingham gate from your position facing the Ashford gate?
No, I wasn't.
And you recall, people 64, that's the Ashford gate. You recall that?
Yes.
And while you were seated in that limousine, after you'd pointed it in towards the Ashford gate, did you have the radio on at any point?
I think it was on, but I don't know how loud it was. It was down very low.
Okay. What was your attention directed towards when you were seated there in the limousine facing into the Ashford gate?
Repeat that?
What was the focus of your attention at that time?
My focus? I was more or less just looking at the house, seeing if there was any lights on, stuff like that. I mean, when I rang the buzzer, nobody was there, so.
Were you paying attention to the traffic in the street, either on Ashford or on Rockingham?
No.
Was that important to you?
No.
Was it important to you at that time to determine which cars may have stopped or not?
No.
Or which may have parked on Rockingham or not?
No.
Do you even know if you could have heard a car pull up on Rockingham from your position at the Ashford gate?
No.
Would it have been significant to you if you had?
No.
Now, when you first pulled up, when you first pulled up Rockingham at about 10:22, you indicated earlier you were looking for addresses on the curb so you could find the defendant's house. Is that right? You recall that?
I'm objecting to this narrative question, Your Honor. That's not a question, it's a statement.
Oral.
Yes, I was.
Okay. Are you sure that you were doing that, sir?
Looking for the address?
Yes.
Positive.
No doubt in your mind about that?
No,
Oral.
no doubt.
And when you indicated to us that you saw the address of 360 on the curb of Rockingham, are you sure about that?
Overruled.
Yes.
Do you have any doubt about that?
No.
Overruled.
And when you were looking at the curb and you saw that address, you indicated earlier that you did not see a white Ford Bronco. You recall saying that?
I assume this is foundational to something
Yes.
else.
Yes, it is.
Overruled. Overruled.
No.
And are you sure about that?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I wasn't looking for it. I didn't see it.
Are you sure you didn't see it?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I wouldn't say I'm positive. I wasn't looking for a car. I was looking for an address.
Okay. When you looked at the address on the curb, People 62A. You recall driving by that location, sir?
Yes.
And the address indicated on the curb, is that where you saw it that night, about 10:22?
Yes.
And when you were looking in that location, did you see a white Ford Bronco?
Overruled.
No, I didn't.
And when you pulled back down to the Rockingham gate at 10:39, you recall your testimony at that point, you pulled so that the side, the driver's side window was parallel with the driveway. You recall testifying to that, sir?
Yes.
How close did you pull to the driveway at that point at 10:39?
10 feet.
Within 10 feet of the driveway?
I was in the middle of the street, yes.
So you were not over on the right-hand side where your lane of traffic would ordinarily be, you were farther over to the left?
Ask him to describe where he was.
In terms of the lanes of traffic, if you're driving southbound on Rockingham, your lane of traffic would be to what side of the street, sir?
It'd be on the right.
And were you all the way over on the right?
No.
Where were you?
Towards the middle of the street.
Did you have to veer around any white Ford Bronco parked at the curb?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Did you see,
I've sustained the objection.
when you pulled up to the Rockingham driveway, sir, and you looked into the gate, when you pulled out to that location, was the location in which you see the white Ford Bronco on this photograph, was that area in your field of view?
Yes, it would have been.
And did you see the white Ford Bronco?
No, I didn't.
Overruled.
And did you tell that to the police when you spoke to them shortly after the murders occurred?
Yes.
And did you tell that to the grand jury in your testimony as well?
Yes.
And did you,
Overruled.
when you testified before the grand jury, did you tell them that when you pulled down to the Rockingham gate to see if you could pull into that driveway, that you did not see the white Ford Bronco parked at the curb? Fine.
Sustained.
Directing counsel's attention to page 252 of the grand jury transcript. Line 12, well, line 10. Start with line 10. Ready?
Yes, I'm asking to read all the way down to,
I'm
how far are you going to read?
going to read all the way down. I'll read over to page 253.
All right, proceed.
Question, do you recall the following questions and answers before the grand jury back in June 1994, sir? Question, by myself. At what point did you get back in your car, if you did? Answer, I got back in at about 10:30 and sat there and waited until about 10:40, and then I pulled up to the front gate on Ashford. Question, did you get back in your car and drive around at any point? Answer, Before I pulled into the gate on Ashford, I came out onto Rockingham. Question, how far down Rockingham did you come? Answer, I came all the way down to the gate of Rockingham. Question, did you notice any car parked in front? Answer, no, I did not. Question, there wasn't any car there? Answer, no. Question, you were looking there and you would have seen it? Answer, yeah, I would have saw it if it was there. Question, what time was that? Answer, that was just before 10:40. Question, about 10:35 or so? Yeah. I then noticed that it would be a lot easier if I just backed up and came back to the other driveway because it didn't look like I would be able to make the turn in the limousine. So I drove back to the other gate. Question, when you say the other gate, you mean the Ashford gate? Answer, yes. Question, where did you park that time? Answer, I parked face first into the driveway looking towards the front of the house. You parked right up in the driveway area just in front of the gate? Answer, yes, I did. Question, and you were facing in? Answer, yes. Question, what time was it then? Answer, 10:40. Do you recall giving those answers to the questions that I've just read to you, sir?
Yes, I do.
And directing counsel's attention to the preliminary hearing transcript, pages 15 and 16. I'll start with 12. Well, actually, no. Let me back up, counsel. I'm going to start at... I should start on page 14. I start at line 2. Page 14, okay? I'm sorry. Page 14, line 2.
Proceed.
Ready? Okay. I'm going to ask you if the questions I'm about to read to you and the answers are those you recall being posed to you and given by you at the preliminary hearing in, I believe it was July of 1994. Okay. Question. So was it about 10:39 when you pulled down to the Rockingham gate? Answer, yes, I would say that. Question, when you pulled down to the Rockingham gate, you say you looked down the driveway? Answer, yes. Question, would that mean, sir, that your driver's side window was parallel to the driveway? Answer, yes, it was. Question, and so you were right next to this area here that I'm indicating with my pen, which is just above the line that seems to indicate the edge of the driveway uppermost on the Rockingham gate. Rockingham side, thank you. Answer, yes. Now, why were you looking up that driveway? For what purpose? Answer, to drive into it. Question, and why did it seem inaccessible to you? Answer, it just seemed too narrow. The two walls here and just the way the cars were and the way the driveway bent this way, it didn't look as easy as the other side, as coming in straight ahead and then making the turn. Question, so it looked a little bit too tight to get up to the front door from that gate? Answer, yes. So you were looking carefully through that window to assess whether or not you could make the turn? Answer, yeah. Question, did you notice any white Ford Bronco parked on the Rockingham side near the gate? Answer, no, I didn't. Question, would you have seen it had it been parked there next to the gate? Given the manner in which you were looking at that location.
I think that was a projection. We should-
Yeah, okay, strike that question.
Strike that last question.
Strike that. Given the manner, but this one was okay. Given the manner in which you were looking at that location when you pulled up to the Rockingham gate, would that white Ford Bronco have been right in your field of view? Answer, I wouldn't say I was. It was right in my exact sight if... Question, was it in your field of view where you were looking? No. Towards the driveway? Was that area, let me indicate with my pen, were you able to see this area as you were looking up the driveway? Answer, yes, I was. And for the record, I indicated the area just above the line, which would have been just to the north of the Rockingham gate. Okay, were you able to see this area? Answer, yes, I was. And as you were looking down the driveway, you could see this area that I'm indicating with your pen, with your pen. Answer, yes. Question, and you did not see the white Ford Bronco? Answer, no, I didn't. Now, that was 10:40 approximately, or 10:39, you said? Answer, yes. Question, and then what did you do? After you pulled up to the Rockingham gate you indicated? Answer, I backed straight back up and made another left onto Ashford and came up to this gate, the Ashford gate. And then, I'm going to finish it. Question, where did you park when you came back to the Ashford side? I pulled in frontwards in the limousine, and, you know, the front bumper was just about touching the gate. Question, so at that point, was the front of your limo pointing into the driveway? Answer, yes, it was. Question, and what time was it at that point when you pulled up to the gate facing into the driveway on the Ashford side? Answer, about 10:40. Do you recall those questions and those answers having been given to you to those questions at the preliminary hearing in this matter in 1994?
Yes, I do.
So when you pulled Now, when you pulled out of the Rockingham gate on your way to the airport, I believe you indicated you recall some obstruction to the right as you were... How could it be leading if he's already testified to it?
Yes.
Mr. Park? Do you recall what that obstruction was?
No, I don't.
So at this time, do you even know whether it was a car parked or anything else to the right of you?
No, I don't.
All right, now you indicated, sir, that you saw the 6-foot, 200-pound African-American person in all dark clothing walk into the entrance of Rockingham. You recall that?
Yes.
And you said that was between 10:54 and 10:55?
I have a question pending with no answer.
I'm waiting for a photograph I wanted to show him. Great. Okay, can you indicate on this photograph, sir? I'm going to ask you to... I'm going to ask you to direct the... I'm sorry?
For what purpose? All right, without the reporter. No, you don't have to stand there either, both of you. Proceed. This is People's 139. Right, okay.
People's 139. Could you please indicate, if you would, sir, direct that arrow to the location, if you can find it on this photograph, where you first saw the person you described walking into the house between 10:54 and 10:55?
It would have been up just to the corner of those potted plants. Up a little farther. There you go. Right, go back around there.
Was it on? It wasn't on them.
Well, in that area, maybe a little bit closer to the door. There you go. Right
There?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just moved closer to the door and off the pot.
Is that...
That's the general area, yes.
Okay. Mark it? Had this marked as what, People's 139A?
We asked him where that's where he placed the equipment.
What he said.
Ask him again, just a
All right.
You
Where that
could-
white arrow is that correct, sir?
You could go closer to the front of the door.
Okay, okay, let's move it.
That would be good.
All right. People's 139B.
Right, 139B.
Thank you. When you saw that person walk into the door, sir, were you able to, did you see the hem of her robe swirling around the legs at all?
Overruled. Overruled. Overruled.
No.
Okay. Did you see that person swinging a golf club
No.
or carrying a golf club?
No.
Now, you indicated that after that person entered the house, you saw the lights go on.
Correct.
When you,
Overruled.
ultimately, at some point, you pulled up to the, you pulled inside,
Yes.
correct? Before you pulled inside, sir, you indicated you spoke to the defendant over the intercom.
Yes.
Did he buzz you in?
Overruled.
No.
It was Cato that let you in?
From what I remember, yes.
Okay. After you got in and you parked, you said at some point you saw the defendant come downstairs, come out the front door.
Yes.
Did you look at your watch to see what time it was when he came downstairs?
No, I didn't.
You estimated for us that it was 5 to 6 minutes between the time you spoke to the defendant, or excuse me, strike that. You indicated to us yesterday that it was 5 to 6 minutes, I believe, between the time you saw the 6-foot, 200-pound person go into the house and the time you saw the defendant come outside.
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes, I do.
You did not look at your watch when the defendant came outside. Is that 5 to 6 minute time frame an
Sustained.
estimate?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Is that 5 to 6 minute time frame you gave us between the time you saw the 6-foot 200-pound person go inside, and you saw the defendant come outside, is that approximate or is that exact?
That's estimated time. That's a guesstimate, you could say.
A guesstimate?
Yeah.
Okay, can I get 138? Examination. You recognize this foyer area of the defendant's residence?
Yes, I do.
You indicated also that you saw the defendant and Cato speaking together just inside the house shortly before you left for the airport. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you see the area in this photograph where they stood talking for a bit
Yeah, that's the area.
in that foyer?
Yes.
Now, when you were... 38. You recall the front play and lawn area in the inside the inside the gates of the defendant's residence?
I didn't know what it was at the time, no.
Okay.
I mean,
All right. You see the area on this diagram that has previously been marked as People 66, but now it's on the screen. There's designated lawn
yes.
and play yard.
Yes.
Can you tell us what the lighting was like in that area that night?
Yeah, this has been asked and answered on a direct examination.
Call roll.
It was very dark.
And can you tell us, sir, whether you saw any golf balls in that lawn area that night?
No.
Let me ask you also, sir, were you looking down at the driveway and on the ground to see if there were any spots on the ground that night?
No.
And can you tell us what the lighting in the driveway was like in general?
It was dim. There wasn't very much light.
People's 138. Okay, you indicated previously that you saw a small dark bag, some behind the Bentley or the Rolls Royce, or behind the cars, I'm sorry. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Can you see the area on this photograph, People's 138, where you saw that bag?
Yeah, this has been asked and answered, and we haven't considered marked that area.
Call roll.
Go ahead.
It's just to the lower left corner of that picture.
Why don't you direct the arrow?
Straight, go back. Towards, just down towards the corner. Somewhere around there.
Okay. 138. C? 138C, Your Honor.
All right, 138C.
All right, now that bag, sir, you indicated, I believe yesterday, that golf clubs were placed into the trunk, the garment bag was placed into the trunk, and then there were 2 black duffel bags that went into the passenger compartment.
Or will,
Yes.
Did the defendant load any of those bags into the trunk or the passenger compartment?
or will,
Not from what I remember.
But that knapsack, that small bag that you just indicated on this photograph, did you load that into the car?
No, I didn't.
After the defendant picked it up, did you ever picked it up from that location? Did you ever see it again?
No.
Now, you indicated that one of the duffel bags was unzipped.
Yes.
Could you tell whether that duffel bag was empty or full?
It wasn't empty and it wasn't full.
Did you look inside it to see what was in it?
No.
And that small dark bag that the defendant picked up from the location shown in this photograph, have you seen that bag in court today?
Which one?
The small dark bag that you saw in the driveway that you...
no, I'm going to sustain the objection.
The duffel bag, you indicated one of the duffel bags was unzipped. You recall that?
Yes.
And that duffel bag went into the passenger compartment in the rear area of the car?
Yes, it did.
And could that small dark bag that you saw, that you've indicated the position of in this photograph, People's 138, could that small dark bag have fit into the duffel bag?
Or will,
I don't know.
Was it smaller than the duffel bag?
I saw it from a distance, so I don't know exactly how big it was. It
Was it smaller than the duffel bag?
seemed
or will.
to be smaller.
Ms. Clark, do you have much more?
No, I don't, Your Honor. And that small dark bag, could that have been in the back seat with the defendant?
Yes.
Now, that garment bag, can we have that back? First of all, Mr. Park, when you saw the garment bag on June the 12th, you picked it up, did you?
Yes.
You loaded it into the trunk?
Yes.
Did it seem to contain clothing?
It's
Or will.
it seemed to have something in it.
Have you looked in this bag today, sir?
No, I haven't.
I'm zipping it. I'm going to ask you to tell us, you see any clothing in it now?
No.
You know what happened to the clothing that was in it on the night of June the 12th?
No.
You know where this bag has been since June the 12th?
No.
You know what happened to the items that were inside it?
No.
Did you see the contents of that bag on the night of June the 12th?
No.
And the golf bag that you were shown? I believe you indicated that exterior didn't look like the exterior you recall seeing on the night of June the 12th. You recall that?
Yes.
So do you think it was some other kind of exterior that was over the golf bag that night?
Yes.
And that exterior part, that sheath that you're describing, Was that the part that you actually had contact with when you gave it to the sky cap and saw it in the trunk?
Yes.
And this black duffel bag, sir? Did it appear to have something in it on the night of June the 12th when you loaded it into the passenger area of the limousine?
Yes.
You see anything in it now, sir?
No.
You know what happened to the contents of that bag?
Full roll.
No.
You know where that bag has been since June the 12th, sir?
Have no idea.
Or what happened to the contents of the bag that were there on June the 12th?
No idea.
When the defendant got out of the limousine at the airport, sir, were there any bags, any of his bags left in the passenger compartment?
No.
Were there any of his bags left in the trunk?
No.
I have nothing further.
All right. I take it you do have some recross?
Yes, I have some.
Okay.
Would you like to do that?
No, we're going to take a recess at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess at this point. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, conduct any deliberations, or allow anybody to contact you. We'll be in recess until 1:30. I'd like counsel here at 1:30. Mr. Park, you're excused until 1:30. All right, please remember my other orders. Right there. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. All parties are again present with the exception of Ms. Clark. Mr. Cochran, you wish to be heard as to
Yes, Your
this
Honor, I'd like to
other...
be heard, if I might. I'd like to ask leave of court to be able to ask Mr. Park a question regarding this particular bag, which I'd like to mark, and ask him whether or not this particular bag I have in my left hand here appears similar in size and shape and color to the bag that he saw from about 20 feet on the driveway. I think that this bag belongs to Mr. Simpson, and may have been one of the bags that he took to Chicago on that night. And the court is aware also that Mr. Park has previously seen this bag and indicated that it apparently comports or is similar in size and shape and color to the bag that he saw from some 20 feet away. You can't say definitely. And I ask leave of court in view of the attack taken by the prosecution regarding this bag to be allowed to ask that question in the presence of the jury.
Mr. Darden?
As I understood, the offer of proof counsel made at sidebar, it was that Mr. Simpson said that the bag might have been a bag he took to Chicago. He doesn't know. He can't say for sure. He thinks it's his bag. He has a lot of bags. Well, that doesn't give that's no offer of proof. That's not much more than speculation. It's a complete non-committal on the part of the defense as to whether or not that bag is the one that was taken to Chicago. And they ought to know. To just throw things up here in front of this witness. Right, you know, I believe, well, the
No,
witness has seen
he's
the
already
bag.
he's already been interviewed in the presence of counsel.
There's little more than trickery. Beyond that, the bag is new. It is apparent that nothing has ever been placed inside the bag. The keys are still attached to the bag, and the little plastic string that once, to which was once attached the price tag, I guess, is still on the bag. The bag was recovered just today, I believe, at 11 o'clock this morning from Mr. Kardashian's home.
Yesterday.
I'm sorry?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. It's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. This bag has, it helps us. It does not help the jury. And as Ms. Clark has reminded me, there could be millions of bags that perhaps fit the description given by Mr. Park. And Mr. Park has told the court at sidebar, and he's told the jury as well, that he did not get a good look at the bag. His memory is somewhat vague as to what the bag looked like exactly. I mean, it could be, it couldn't be. Where does that get us? How is that relevant? And so we would object to presenting that bag to the jury.
The idea that it's very hard for the prosecutors to ever argue anything without labeling everything. The trickery comes from these vague theories that change like the weather. All we're asking to do...
Is that not a gratuitous personal attack, Your Honor?
I'm referring to his remark about
Counsel,
trickery.
stop, both of you.
Your Honor, the court pleases, I'm asking the leave of court based upon the representation we gave, and based upon the fact this bag was recovered by Judge Wong yesterday, to be able to ask Mr. Wong regarding this. This matter was brought up by the prosecution. They've made great statements. Your Honor, could Mr. Darden please sit down and stop making sounds while I'm...
That's true. Why don't you have a seat, Mr. Darden?
Was I making sounds? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
you were going, It's a nervous... Yes.
No, I was going,
When you sit down now, it's that nervous twitch, so please. May I...
I thought it was,
It was, But we always said, Your Honor. Yeah. Now,
I couldn't believe it. Mr. Cochran was
okay.
saying.
Now, Your Honor, may I proceed? With regard to the prosecution's questioning of both Mr. Park and Mr. Cato Kalin, in this instance, these bags, all these bags were recovered. They were not recovered by the people. These bags were brought forward by the defense with the help of this court through a special master, and they're now in the court's custody. I want merely to ask the question the court knows that I want to ask. I've asked Mr. Park. It has probative value. It doesn't go to any weight. It goes to doesn't go to admissibility, rather it goes to any weight. Everybody knows he was 20 feet away. He was 20 feet away when they were asking all those questions, too. But, I mean, fair is fair. You can't allow them, it seems to me, to do all these things and not allow us an opportunity to show what might very well have been in the bag. And that's all we're asking to do, Your Honor. I think it's entirely appropriate. With regard to the other bag he can't identify, I'm not asking anything regarding that. And I'd like to conclude my cross-examination with that.
Mr. Darden, you
Your
wish...
Honor, this offer of proof does not rise to the level of what very well might have been. Mr. Simpson knows which bag he took to Chicago. He hasn't said that this is the one. And given that, the defense should be precluded from just throwing things up here in front of the witnesses. I mean, they throw theories around the courtroom, regardless of whether they have a factual basis for them, and now they want to do the same thing with this bag. It's irrelevant. It has no probative value whatsoever. So, Mr. Cochran's making sounds behind my back, Your Honor.
All right, gentlemen.
In any event.
All right, thank you. I'm going to sustain the 352 objection for this reason. The offer of proof was this could possibly be, and the statement by Mr. Park with counsel at sidebar that does not look familiar, but he couldn't tell. You have, it's too speculative at this point, and the danger of misleading the jury is apparent, and the court will sustain the objection.
Yeah, we haven't heard that. My understanding regarding what Mr. Park said, this is what Mr. Park said. It's my understanding, Mr. Park, and I asked the court to ask him, what he said was that it was similar in both size, shape, and color, and that he was 20 feet away.
His initial comment to me was it doesn't look familiar.
But he did also say in his second
Counsel,
comment
I've
that
got 8 bags in my chambers that are the same general color, general size.
8?
8. You want to count them?
No, you're allowed to count, but I thought, I just want to make sure. the court
Two
was-
just for DNA materials.
I want to make sure the court was mindful of what he'd said in the second part of his question.
I did. I heard very carefully. I listened to Mr. Park very carefully. All right, thank you, counsel.
Okay, there is the issue of the other bag, right? The suede one?
That's not being offered, is my understanding.
Okay. All right. The
Mr.
suede,
This-
Mark this 1066.
Yes, for the record.
Okay.
All right.
okay, the suede bag is not being offered?
All right, we ready to proceed? All right, I do still have Judge Wong here available, but he would like to get out of here as soon as possible. Judge Wong is still here. He would like to leave, though, because he has other appointments.
If we could just drag out
All right, let's have the jurors, please. Oath, please. Couple of questions, Ms. Clark.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. Mr. Park, when the defendant went over to the sky cap, what did you do?
I put the golf bags on the bigger, larger skycap cart and the designer bag.
Okay. So you actually lifted that bag, that golf bag, did you?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you now to lift this bag for us and tell us if this is the approximate weight of the bag that you picked up and put on the Skycap's carrier.
It's close to it, yes.
Okay. And now this bag, sir, go ahead, take a seat. This bag, who took it out of the trunk of the car when you got to the airport?
From what I remember, Mr. Simpson.
And who put it, taking it from the trunk, who put it onto the luggage carrier that you brought out of the airport?
I was holding the luggage carrier and he set it on the rack.
And when he picked up that bag and took it out of the trunk and put it onto the luggage carrier, did he complain to you of any pain in his arms or his shoulders?
No, he didn't.
When Mr. Simpson was over by the Skycap, sir, did you see, other than the garment bag and the golf bag, did you see where the other bags were?
From what I remember, there was, he had the one over his shoulder, and there was another one sitting on top of a trash can next to the Skycap stand.
So there was a bag sitting on top of the trash can next to the Skycap stand?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Simpson do anything with respect to the bag on top of the trash can?
No, I didn't.
After you got Mr. Simpson over to the Skycap area, and that bag was on top of the trash can, and the garment bag and the golf bag were given to the Skycap, what did you do?
I walked over to him, and that's when I was getting ready to leave, and shook his hand, said add 20%, and that was it.
So you left at that point.
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Simpson enter the airport terminal?
Oh,
Not at that point. When I got back into the car, after I checked the car to see if he left anything, I drove away, looked down the terminal, and he was on his way to the airport, or to the plane.
Did you see what he was carrying?
No.
Mr. Cochran.
So as I understand your testimony, Mr. Park, good afternoon, first of all.
Good
Ladies and
afternoon.
gentlemen. As I understand your testimony, basically the last thing that you did with Mr. Simpson was you shook hands with him, and then you took your leave, is that correct?
Correct.
And you'd had a rather pleasant encounter with him. Is that a fair statement to say, based upon the fact you got in there on time and everything went well?
Yes.
And in fact, he had said to add 20% to the bill, right?
Correct.
And first of all, with regard to the golf bag that was taken over here, this was the first night that you had ever seen Mr. O.J. Simpson, is that correct? in your life on June 12th?
Personally, yes.
Yes, personally. I mean, personally, when the two of you were together.
Yes.
And in your first meeting with Mr. Simpson, he didn't share with you his life secrets about him having rheumatoid arthritis or things like that, did he?
Oral.
No.
And you're not surprised by that, are you, sir?
No, I'm not.
You didn't share with him any maladies that you may have, even at your young age, did you?
No, I didn't.
All right. You were just trying to get to that airport on time, isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, sir, with regard to questions you were asked whether or not you were in a hurry, and you indicated to Ms. Clark at some point that you were, in fact, in a hurry, again, because you wanted to get Mr. Simpson to the airport on time. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And you previously told us already that at some point you drove perhaps as fast as 75 or 80 so you could accomplish your goal, right?
Correct.
Which you did, right?
Yes.
And recall Ms. Clark asked you some questions about whether or not you were looking or paying attention to Mr. Simpson's body or his hands. You remember those questions?
Yes.
You would have remembered, would you have not, if Mr. Simpson had a Band-Aid, a large Band-Aid on this left knuckle here that would stand out. You'd remember that, wouldn't you?
If I saw it, yes.
Right. You never saw that that night, did you?
No.
All right. Now, with regard to the time you were waiting and trying to get inside the Ashford gate, would I be correct in assuming that your attention at that time was you were concerned about trying to locate somebody inside the premises and reaching your client? Isn't that correct?
Yes.
In fact, it was so much so that you not only called your boss, but you also called your mother. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
During that time frame. And that pretty much was your focus. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And when you testified at the preliminary hearing as follows, counsel again at page 40. Yes, page 40, beginning at line 17, line 15. Proceed. Question, when you asked these questions and gave these answers to Ms. Clark, what gate did you leave from? Answer, the Rockingham gate. Question, and which way did you go on Rockingham as you exited the gate? Answer, I made a left. And question, did you look to see whether any cars were parked on the right side as you faced the driveway of Rockingham outside the residence? Your answer was, I didn't look to see. Question, you weren't looking at the parked cars? And your answer was, yeah. You weren't looking at parked cars that night because your focus was on something else. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
As you told us before, you can't be positive whether or not there's any parked cars parked there to the right of the gate when you came out of that gate. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And when you testified at the grand jury in that connection, you were again trying to be as accurate and as factual as you could. Were you not?
Yes, I was.
Counsel, let's begin at page 270, about line 21. And let's go over to page 272, line 14. Question. Oh, I'm sorry, grand jury. I'm reading it all. Recall being asked these series of questions by Ms. Clark on June 17th, 1994. Question, when you pulled out of the driveway of the suspect's house, what driveway exit did you use, Ashford or Rockingham? Answer, Rockingham. Question, when you pulled out of the Rockingham gate, were you able to see any car parked on the street next to that gate? Answer, there was a vehicle to my left. When I was exiting, I noticed I had to look around a vehicle. I never noticed what kind of vehicle it was. I didn't pay any attention to that. But there was a vehicle there. Question, you say a vehicle to your left. That would be the area I'm indicating with my pen. Answer, correct. Why don't you mark that? You said you noticed a vehicle down there. Answer, yes. Witness complies. Go ahead and have a seat. You exited out of the gate that feeds onto Rockingham. Is that right? Answer, yes. So you're on the left side of your car, right? Answer, yes. And you're going to make a left out of the gate. Answer, that's correct. So you're looking to your left for traffic, for oncoming traffic. Answer, yeah, both ways. Question, did you attempt to look very carefully to see whether cars were parked on the other side of the driveway? I presume that means to the right side. Answer, there were no cars. Well, she's right, and I can help read it the other way, but I was
All right,
trying to
just
make it
read the
clear.
transcript, counsel.
Did you attempt to look very carefully to see whether cars were parked on the other side of the driveway? Answer, there were no cars. Question, are you sure? Answer, I'm pretty sure. Question, did you make an effort to look and see if there were any cars there? Answer, I looked to the right to see if there were any cars coming down the street. Well, I'm asking you if you looked to, made an effort to see if there was a car parked. Answer, no. Was that a correct answer? At that
Yes.
time? All right. And question, there might have been a car parked there and you didn't see it. Answer, correct. And the reason why you don't know one way or the other is because you weren't focusing on any cars or paying any attention. Isn't that right?
That's,
Asking witness. And basically, your focus was to get Mr. O.J. Simpson, try to get him to the airport on time. Isn't that correct?
that's correct.
And that's what you ended up doing, isn't it, sir?
Yes.
Now, have you ever heard the engine of a Ford Bronco?
What year?
Well, that's a good question. Let's see. Well, let's start with my question first. Have you ever heard the engine of any Ford Bronco?
Yes.
And what year was the Ford Bronco that you heard?
I've heard a lot of them.
Have you? Well,
Yeah. Well,
Until-
older cars seem to, some of the older Broncos seem to be a little bit louder
All right.
than the new ones.
All right. Let's see. What's the newest Ford Bronco that you've heard?
I think it was an 88.
An 88? And what's the oldest?
It'd have to be somewhere around a 70, 72.
A pretty old one, is that right?
Yeah.
All right. And how long ago was it that you heard the engine of the 88 Ford Bronco?
Oh, I don't remember that.
Sometime in your past?
Yes.
All right. And would it be correct in assuming those engines can be loud on occasion, those cars?
Could be.
You didn't hear the engines in any cars or anything that sounded like a Ford Bronco that night, did you?
No.
Now, Ms. Clark asked you some questions about this figure that was walking into the walkway there, the Rockingham residence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Remember that? And you recall that, as you've testified for us, the figure was walking towards the door when you first observed that figure, right?
Yes.
And you saw that figure for only a second or so. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you told us that the figure was attired in something dark, and it could have been a robe. You don't know what it was. Is that correct?
Overruled.
Could have been a robe. Is that correct?
Just seemed to be dark clothing. Could have been anything.
That's right. Yes. Could have been anything because you don't know. Is that right?
That's true.
You got just a fleeting glance. Isn't that right, sir?
Yes.
So you never had a chance to see the hem of a robe swirling around or anything of that nature, did you?
No.
And with regard to this time frame, you shared with us that it was your belief that the time that you saw this figure to the time that you saw Mr. Simpson come down with the bag, which we now know as the Louis Vuitton bag, one of the defendant's exhibits, about 5 or 6 minutes had passed. Isn't that correct?
Overruled.
And that's about 5 or 6 minutes. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that's your best estimate. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've done that throughout your testimony here. Give us your honest and best estimate. Isn't that right, sir?
Yes.
And you've done that with regard to that 5 or 6 minute period of time, right?
Yes.
When you were shown People's 112 for identification, the foyer area of the Simpson residence there, do you recall on that night whether or not there was ever a rug anywhere in that foyer area when you were in there, when you were inside there?
No.
You recall that you walked some 2 to 3 feet in yourself, but you don't remember seeing a rug or any kind, right?
No.
Is that right? Now, you never went out and looked, and you were asked some questions about looking in the play yard for golf balls. You never did that, did you?
No, I didn't.
Ken, you weren't there to look for golf balls? Well,
Overruled.
you didn't go around looking in Mr. Simpson's premises for any golf balls or anything, did you?
No,
You came there to do a job, and you tried to do that job. Is that right, sir?
that's correct.
Overruled.
You came there to pick him up, and you left
That's
as soon as
correct.
you could, right?
Yes.
You were asked some questions on redirect examination by Mr. Clark regarding the location of this smaller bag that was some 20 feet away from you. Recall that?
Yes.
As you think back in your mind's eye, if you think back in your mind's eye, can you tell us how far that second bag was away from the second car, if the second car was there?
Do you understand the question, sir?
Yes.
Give me an answer.
It seemed to be 3 to 5 feet behind the back bumper
Of which car?
of the second car.
In other words, so if we could put that diagram up, it would be behind where you believe the back bumper of the second car,
Yes.
not the Bentley. Is that right?
Yes.
As I understand your testimony, Mr. Cato Kalin had placed the golf clubs in the back of the limousine at Rockingham. Is that right?
Yes.
And with regard to these golf clubs, now they're marked as one of our exhibits. $10.63 for identification.
Yes,
May I approach, Your Honor?
you may.
It's your belief that as you lifted that the items that you lifted that night appear about the same weight as that?
About
Is
to go, it looks like it's about to go over.
Oh. Wait a minute. You stand there with it, man. It's your testimony that when you lifted this item on the night of June 12th, 1984, it appeared to be about the same weight. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this morning, you remember I asked you some questions about this particular insignia of the Swiss Army brand limited. Would it change your testimony, Bob, at all if I were to tell you that
Sustained.
I haven't said it yet, Your Honor?
The way it was phrased, I don't think it was appropriate.
All right, well, may I approach for a moment?
Sure.
And
Overruled.
And are you aware that this is a custom-made golf bag? May I finish? Are you aware that this is a custom?
Finish the question.
Okay.
Finish the question.
Are you aware that this is a custom-made golf bag by the Swiss
And-
Army Brands Limited?
Does this appear to you to be?
Okay, yes, Your Honor. Does this strike, thank you, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Does this appear to you to be a custom-made golf bag by Swiss Army Brands Limited?
It appears to be.
Do you know, do you have any idea how many custom-made golf bags were made like that one before you there by Swiss Army Limited?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether or not these custom-made golf bags by Swiss Army Limited were only for special customers?
Don't know that either.
Do you know whether or not they were ever commercially sold?
No.
Now, you were asked a series of questions by Ms. Clark about what was in these various bags, and you have no knowledge at all of what was in the bags, isn't that correct?
No, I don't.
Again, your job was to get the bags and the client to the airport, is that right?
Overruled.
Yes.
Did you see the skycap who waited on you and Mr. Simpson that night, or was there a skycap who waited on you?
There was a few around. I saw him, but I wouldn't recognize him.
You didn't recognize him?
I mean, I wouldn't recognize him now if I saw him.
If you saw whatever this individual was a male, I presume?
Yes.
And if you saw him again, you would not recognize him. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And with regard to your conversation with the detectives Tippett and Carr, when you became aware they were going to look in the back of the limousine on or about the 15th of June, where was the limousine at that time?
It was at Dale St. John's in his
And that's where-
garage.
And that's where you had taken it after you dropped Mr. Simpson off that particular night?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Swiss Army Brand Limited makes any other decal for golf, for specially made golf bag covers?
Do I? I don't know if they do or not.
All right.
I've seen other labels.
But do you know whether or not they make any other decals for the specially made golf bags?
No.
All right. Thank you very kindly, Mr. Barber.
Ms. Clark? Sure.
Mr. Park,
Ask and answer,
Overruled. No, it was asked on
No.
recross.
No, I wasn't.
so if he'd been wearing a Band-Aid, would you have noticed it then?
No.
Did Mr. Simpson, oh, excuse me, and when you were at the Rockingham location, sir, before you saw the person walking into the front entrance of the house at about between 10:54 and 10:55, had you been listening for Ford Broncos?
I wasn't listening for anything.
So could one have driven by either on Rockingham or Ashford without you noticing?
Overruled.
Repeat it?
Could a Ford Bronco have driven by on either Rockingham or Ashford without you noticing?
Yes.
And did Mr. Simpson seem to have any trouble lifting that golf bag onto the luggage carrier or taking it out of the trunk?
Sustained. That's beyond the scope. Sustained. Sustained.
Can we approach, Your Honor, on the scope issue? Was gone into.
Okay.
The luggage carrier, did he seem to have any difficulty in lifting it?
Seemed to have to cause speculation.
Overruled.
Not that I noticed, no.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Cochran.
When he lifted it up and placed it on this luggage cart or whatever, you weren't paying attention about whether he had difficulty or not, did you?
No.
Because you were thinking about it was now over, you were going to go home, isn't that right?
Yes.
Overruled.
It was 11:35 on Sunday night, and I presume you wanted to get home, didn't you?
Correct.
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled.
And you went home after that, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You'd like to go home now, would you?
Sure would.
Got it.
Ms. Clark?
Did you watch Mr. Simpson hasn't picked it up out of the trunk and put it on a luggage carrier, sir?
Call roll.
I'm sure I was watching him, but I didn't pay any attention to it.
You didn't see him grunt or groan, make any movements?
No.
All right, well, the answer will stand. I think we finished this topic, though. All right. Mr. Park, thank you very much for coming in. I'm going to excuse you at this time. However, you are still subject to being recalled as a witness. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do. Your
All right.
Honor.
Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except for your own attorney or the attorneys on the case.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next witness. All right. Judge Wong. All right. Thank you, counsel.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat for the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Sure.
Judge Wong, you are a retired Superior Court judge, sir?
That's correct.
And in connection with this case, you have been acting as a special master, is that right?
That is also correct.
Okay. And what is a special master, Judge?
A special master is a person who is appointed to carry out certain specific assignments.
Okay. And in this case, were you given an assignment by Judge Ito?
That is correct.
Okay. And were you given an assignment directing you to retrieve certain items on March 28, 1995?
That is correct.
Okay. And showing you, or rather directing your attention to the golf bag in front of you, Defendant's Exhibit 1063. Do you recognize this bag?
Yes.
On what date and at what time did you recover that bag?
I recovered the bag yesterday,
Okay. What time of the day, if you recall?
about 4 o'clock.
Okay. And who else was present?
Mr. Kardashian?
The gentleman standing here,
Yes.
one of Mr. Simpson's lawyers, Robert Kardashian?
Yes.
And from where, or from what location did you recover that bag?
This was in the garage at 360 North Rockingham.
Did someone point that bag out to you?
Yes, Mr. Kardashian did.
You didn't search the garage, I take it?
Pardon?
You didn't search the garage?
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't search any portion of the house?
No. That was
Judge-
not my assignment.
Okay. Your assignment was to go see Mr. Kardashian, who would point out certain items to you.
And I was to take possession of those items.
And showing you what has been marked Defendant's 1062, a Louis Vuitton garment bag, sir.
Yes.
You recognize that bag?
Yes, I recognize it.
And you recovered that bag yesterday?
Yes.
From where, sir?
This was from the second story master bedroom. It was in a closet to the right of the vanity.
Okay. Was it on a shelf in the closet?
It was on top shelf.
And was that bag pointed out to you by Mr. Kardashian?
Yes.
Were there other Louis Vuitton bags similar
I
to that
don't know
one?
if there were Louis Vuittons, but there were several other bags of various sorts in the closet.
Okay. But that particular bag was pointed out to you by Mr. Kardashian?
Yes.
At the defendant's house?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Was there anything inside the bag when Mr. Kardashian pointed it out to you?
No, I did not open the bag. The bag is intact.
Okay. And you did not open the golf bag?
No, I did not.
So you delivered those bags to the court in the condition in which you found them, sir?
That's correct.
And showing you what has been marked defendant's exhibit 1065. A black garment bag with suit bag. You recognize that bag, sir?
Yes, this is the garment bag that we recovered from the master bedroom.
At the defendant's house?
Yes.
And where in the defendant's house was that bag?
This was in a closet to the left of the television in the defendant's master bedroom.
Okay, and that was pointed out to you by Mr. Kardashian?
Yes.
Okay. And to go back to the golf clubs for a moment, did you recover those golf clubs from the defendant's house or from Mr. Kardashian's house?
No, the golf clubs, no, you're right. The golf clubs came from Mr. Kardashian's house
Okay. In Encino?
in Encino.
Okay. And they were in the garage?
Yes.
In Mr. Kardashian's garage?
Yes.
Do you know how they came to end up in Mr. Kardashian's garage?
No.
And do you know the history or the chain of custody regarding any of these items?
No, I do not.
You don't know where they were prior to your recovery?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Cochran.
Good afternoon, Judge Wong.
Good afternoon.
As a special master, you work along with Judge Ito to retrieve certain items of evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've been a special master in this case for some time now, have you not?
Yes, since June, I believe.
June of 1994?
That's correct.
And you retrieved other items of evidence, isn't that
Yes.
correct? Well, I'd like to go
I'll
into...
just let that stand at this point.
Okay, I'd like to ask him some questions, and I'd like to approach and ask, before I ask those questions.
Let's approach the sidebar. Thank you, Counsel. Mr. Cochran, do you have any further questions? for
Just a
Judge
few
Wong?
other questions, Your Honor. Thank you very kindly. Judge Wong, in this instance, you were requested to meet Mr. Robert Kardashian yesterday at about 3 o'clock to retrieve, at 3 o'clock in Mr. Simpson's home to retrieve certain items located there. Is
That's
that right?
correct.
All right. And by the way, with regard to the Louis Vuitton bag, did you notice whether or not there's any luggage tag on that bag?
Yes, there are some luggage tags.
And this luggage tag on here apparently from American Airlines, is it not?
Yes, American Airlines, and the tag indicates Chicago O'Hare Airport,
And it has a flight number somewhere on there, I presume?
668.
And was that luggage tag on that bag when it was pointed out to you in Mr. Simpson's closet?
Yes, it
yesterday?
was.
All right. And then you then brought that luggage in its present form to court this morning, as I understand it?
That's correct.
And the, we'll call it garment bag, the black garment bag on top thereof was also found in one of the Mr. Simpson's closets, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then the golf bag here that I'm now touching, the Swiss Army logo, so that we're clear for the record, that bag was also found in Mr. Kardashian's garage, is that
Yes,
correct?
that was in Mr. Kardashian's garage.
And you accompanied him to that location, is that correct?
That is correct.
And with regard to the that bag also, it has a particular flight number, does it not?
Yes, American Airline Flight 1103.
And does it show where 1103 flew into?
Los Angeles.
All right, and so these items are in the same condition they were in when you found them, is that correct?
That is correct.
If I were to hold up this item here, this black bag here. If I were to hold up this black bag here, did you make recovery of this also?
Pardon?
Did you make recovery of this bag?
No, I did not.
No. Sure. Just a second.
Certainly.
May I approach, Your Honor? Thank you very much, Judge Wong.
All right, Mr. Jordan, any further questions for Judge Wong?
Judge, the garment bag shows flight number.
The garment bag shows Flight 668, American Airlines to Chicago,
Okay.
O'Hare.
Okay, that's to Chicago, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Not to Los Angeles.
That's what it says, Chicago.
Okay. And showing you the golf bag. What is the flight number on this bag?
American Airlines 1103, LAX.
So the garment bag and the golf bag then show tags for different flights, is that right?
That's correct.
You're aware that the murders occurred on June 12, 1994?
Sustain.
Well, is there a date and time stamp on the garment bag?
The date is June 13 on the garment bag.
And is there a time as well on that tag?
2332, which would be just a little before midnight.
On June 13th.
That's correct.
Is that military time?
That is military time,
11:32 p.m.?
11:32.
Judge, do you see a date on the tag for the...
Golf bag bears the date.
You're welcome.
Time is 0921, 13th of June.
So the golf bag then apparently was booked at 9:21 a.m. on June 13th?
That is correct.
By the way, your retrieval of these bags or these items, that was made pursuant to a defense request, is that right?
That was, my instructions were from Judge Ito.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
With regard to just one last question.
One last question.
Well, maybe two. Judge Wong, with regard to these items, so that we're clear, abundantly clear, these items were picked up by you here in Los Angeles, California, right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yesterday.
Yesterday, that's correct.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Judge, thank you very much. You're excused, sir. And Mr. Doherty, can I get you to collect those items and give them back to Mrs. Robertson? Thank you. Certainly. Panel, people may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Mr. James Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams, come forward. Face the clerk, please.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last name for the record.
This is my first name,
And last name.
James Williams, James. Williams, Williams.
Thank you.
All All right, good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Clark?
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Afternoon.
A little bit nervous?
Yeah.
All right. It won't be bad. Would you like
Is,
some of your own?
yeah, is the water fresh?
It's from someone else.
Can I have some water? I'm thirsty. The water out there is hot.
It's not hot, it's toxic.
Tastes like metal. It tastes like metal.
But you're still alive.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get you some good water.
All right, Ms. Clark?
Sir, as of June the 12th, 1994, where were you employed?
At LAX, at American Airlines, where I'm a SkyCap, contracted out from American, employed by Huntley.
Employed by?
Huntley
Huntley.
USA.
Can you spell that, sir? Huntley?
Huntley, capital HUNTLEIGH.
And then you contracted out through them to work as a SkyCap for American Airlines?
Mm-hmm.
Was that yes?
Yes.
You have to say yes or no
Okay.
for the reporter. All right.
Okay.
And what were your duties as a SkyCap?
Check bags for passengers, passenger assistance, check bags on the curbside. Just passenger assistance.
And how long had you been working as a SkyCap as of June the 12th, 1994?
As a SkyCap, about a year and a half.
What were your work times back then?
At that time, I had a straight 7 o'clock shift. It was 7 in the evening to 2 in the morning.
And on the date of June the 12th, 1994, did you start work at 7 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
And were you still at work at about 11:30 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
Did someone approach you about 11:30 p.m. to ask you for help with some bags that you happen to recall?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what happened in that regard?
You want me to tell you what happened after?
Well, first tell me, do you recall a young Caucasian man coming up to you and asking you for help with bags?
Yes.
What happened after he asked you for help?
Well, he asked me for help, and I was helping somebody at the time. So I told him I'd be with him in a minute, and he went inside. He seemed a little hurried because he wanted to get the bags checked, I guess. And so he ran inside to go get a cart so he could get them himself. And then he went back to the limousine.
Did you see him get a cart, sir?
I didn't see him get it, but I saw him with it after he came back out. Because I was helping somebody, so I didn't pay much attention to him after that.
And did you see where he took that cart to?
He took it to the limo.
You saw a limo?
Yes.
How far was that limo from your podium?
I'd have to say it was about 20 yards, 25 yards.
20
It's-
to 25 yards?
It was a good, yeah, it was, about 25 yards.
And after you saw him take the luggage carrier over to the limo, what happened next?
Well, I just saw him take the luggage cart over there. I didn't really pay attention to him getting the bags out because I was helping someone. So, I just finished helping who I was helping, and then, I was almost finished with the person I was helping, and I saw him walking back up.
The same guy?
Yes.
And when he came walking back up, did he have a luggage carrier with him?
Yes, he had
Did he
had
have
the little cart with the bags on it.
And what bags were on that cart, sir?
He had a golf bag and 2 other bags. No, he had a golf bag and 1 other bag.
Can you describe the golf bag?
It was a dark-colored golf bag. Just dark-colored golf bag. It was.
Could it have been, when you say dark color, does that include navy blue or black?
Yeah, like navy blue, black.
1063? Is it marked? Is that? Yeah, it is. Thank you. Showing you what's been marked as defendant's 1063, sir. Can you tell us, please, if you recognize this particular bag, sir?
Yeah, that's a black golf bag. I didn't pay that. I didn't just analyze the bag when I checked. I just checked it.
You didn't analyze it, you just checked it?
Just checked it.
All right. So can you tell us whether or not that was one of the bags on the luggage carrier that the young man had?
Yeah, I could say that's one of the bags.
Pardon?
Yes. Yes, it could be the golf bag.
Could be.
Yes. I mean, like I said, I didn't memorize and look at the golf bag that closely. But
And there was some other bag on top, on the luggage carrier as well, sir?
yeah,
And can you describe that bag?
it was like well, I remember it was a hanging bag.
And by hanging bag, do you mean a garment bag?
Yeah, for hanging clothes if you don't want to get messed up. It folds over. But
It can be folded, but it can hang straight?
yeah,
All right.
yes.
And do you recall what that looked like?
Same with the golf bag. I mean, it was just a regular bag. I mean, I see so many. I mean, that's why I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to it. But I just know it was another bag there.
Do you remember whether it was one of those designer bags or not? That
No,
had
I
those
couldn't.
logos on it?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. So who was pushing the luggage carrier, sir?
The Caucasian man.
And was there someone else with that young Caucasian man?
I didn't notice the other person at first. He was standing like out of my sight. When I first turned, I was facing the podium, helping the people I was helping. And then after I finished with them, I turned to my left and I asked him if he needed help. And then that was at that time that I noticed through my peripheral vision I could see someone else standing there, and it was.
Could you see who that was?
Yes,
Who was that?
Mr. Simpson.
Is that someone you see in court today, sir?
Yes,
Okay. Can you point him out?
Mr. Simpson.
Indicating the defendant.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Simpson.
Okay. And was
Yes,
who was that?
Mr. Simpson.
Is that someone you see in court today, sir?
Yes,
Okay. Can you point him out?
Mr. Simpson.
Indicating the defendant.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Simpson.
Okay. And was Mr. Simpson carrying anything when you saw him?
Yes, he had a bag.
What kind of bag?
Like a little duffel bag.
A duffel bag?
Yeah.
And what color was it?
It was dark colored too, from what I remember. I mean, like I said, I didn't, pay specific attention to it.
Could you tell us, sir, how he was carrying that duffel bag, in his hand or on his shoulder?
When I saw him, it was on his shoulder.
On his shoulder?
Yeah.
All right. Now, did you personally check any of the bags for the young man or Mr. Simpson?
Yeah, I checked 2 bags.
What bags did you check?
The golf club and the, hanging bag.
Now, when you check bags in, sir, do you create some paperwork or tag them in any way?
Well, you have to pull the tags from the computer. And they're automatic. They just come out when you pull them out. And you just put them on the bags.
Okay. Now, the tags that come out of that computer, sir, are they stamped with date and time?
Yes, they are. Matter of fact, yeah.
And when to your knowledge, sir, are tags placed on, excuse me, strike that. When you place the tags on the bags that you're checking, does it reflect the date and time at which you place those tags on the bag?
Yeah, it tells you that, the tag was pulled at this time and on this day by this skycap. It has a number. It has, the date, the time, and then, it has the code, my code that I have to use to get into the computer.
So that date and time shows when the bags were checked in?
Yes.
And does that occur as well when the bags return? Are they tagged with date and time when they come back from wherever they've been, or does that only occur when they're being checked in to board a flight?
When they're just when they're being checked in. I mean, either way. I mean, if you check your bags in Chicago and they pull it out of the computer, it's the date and time is on there.
You show you the exhibit that's been marked as defendant 1063. Ask you to look at the tag on this bag, sir. Do you recognize the tag that I'm showing you here? And for the record, Your Honor, it's a tag that says LAX AA 1103. Do you recognize that tag?
Yes, a regular American Airlines tag.
Is that the kind? Is that the kind of tag that you would put on the bag when you check it in?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
And if you can tell us, sir, then the information on this tag, LAX at the top, what does that mean to you?
Los Angeles. That's where the bag is destined to go. To
Okay.
LA.
Oh, that's the destination?
Yeah, that's the destination. LA.
So then this tag would have been put on somewhere else because it was flying to LA.
Yeah, I can tell you right. Bag was checked in
All right,
Chicago.
Mr. Williams, I need you to speak into the microphone.
Yes, this bag was checked in Chicago.
And you can tell that by,
Looking right here, ORD means Chicago. It's the code for Chicago at 9:21 on the
9:21,
13th of June.
9:21 in the morning, sir?
I couldn't tell you that, yeah, because it's military time, so yes.
Okay. So this bag was checked in Chicago on June 13th at 9:21
Yes,
in the morning.
yes,
And that means checked. And that means checked at the Chicago airport to go to LAX at that time.
yes. That's not the tag I pulled.
I'm sorry?
That's not the tag I pulled. I'm just, okay,
Right.
stating that.
Right, because you were working in LA.
Yeah.
Right. Now I'm showing you an item that's been previously marked as defendant's 1062. I'll show you, Your Honor, for the record, it's a tag that says ORDAA 668. Do you recognize that tag, sir?
Yes,
What is that?
American Airlines tag.
And is that like a tag that you would put on there?
Yes.
And what does that ORD at the top mean?
O'Hare, Chicago O'Hare Airport.
And that means that this bag was checked, and its destination was Chicago O'Hare?
Yes.
And can you tell us what time this bag was checked in? Sorry about that.
This bag was checked in at 11:32 on June 13th.
Checked in at 11:32 on June,
Yes.
11:32 p.m., sir?
Yes,
On June the 13th?
yes.
And it was checked in at what airport?
LAX.
And is that shown here as well?
Yes, right there.
Right there, where it says LAX.
And that's my code.
Oh, and where's your code, sir?
H03.
H03?
H03.
H. That means that it was you?
Yeah.
So you checked this bag in at LAX on June the 13th at 11:32?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It was 12.
That's, you didn't write that on there, did you, sir?
No, the computer prints it automatically.
Do you know whether those computers are accurate with respect to date or time?
Usually they are, but sometimes they have been known to have maybe be, minutes off or something.
All right, then with respect to that garment bag, it would appear that you were the one that checked that in, sir?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, sir, now, the date I'm talking to you about with respect to checking in the bags for Mr. Simpson was June the 12th, correct?
Correct.
Are you surprised to see the date of June the 13th on that bag, on that garment bag?
Yes.
Can you explain how June the 13th got on that garment
I
bag?
have no idea. You know, I couldn't tell you why it says June 13th.
Something with a computer.
Yeah, because I don't punch in the date. If the person is in the computer, it comes out automatically. So I
You don't have
punch
anything to do with setting the date on the computer?
I don't do that.
Okay. Now, did you ask the defendant where he was destined for before you punched out the tags?
Yes.
And did he tell you?
Yes.
And where was that?
Chicago.
And did he make any inquiry of you as to whether or not the bags would make it onto the plane?
He asked me if they would make. He pretty much asked me, yeah, if they would make it.
And what did you say?
I told him, yeah.
Did you give him some paperwork or something with respect to the bags that you checked?
Yeah, I gave him his claim checks for the bags.
And about what time was it when you did that, sir?
About 11:30.
Now, you indicated that he was carrying a dark duffel bag,
Yes.
showing you what's been marked previously as defendant's 1064. You see this bag, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes. I'm
Can
sorry.
you tell us, it's okay, can you tell us if this is this looks like the bag you saw him carrying that night?
Yes.
Can you tell us if this was the bag he was carrying that night?
I couldn't tell you if it was the bag.
Looks like.
Looks like it.
Could you tell us if it appeared to be full or empty?
It has something in it. I'm not sure what, but I mean, you know, it wasn't weighing him down or anything like that.
He had that on his shoulder?
Yes.
Did he check that bag in with you?
No,
What did he do with that bag?
he kept it with him.
Is there a trash can anywhere near your stand where you work?
Yes, just to the left of it.
The left of it as you face it?
If I'm facing the podium's here, the keyboard and everything, screen is here, and I say right over here is a trash can.
Okay, so if you're working at your podium, it would have been to your left.
Yeah, left and a little behind me.
A little behind you?
Yeah, a little behind me, not far.
Now, when you saw the defendant, sir, what was he wearing?
What I remember, it was a denim outfit. It was like jeans, but you know, jeans, light shirt, a light colored shirt.
Okay. Could it have been a denim type, light denim shirt?
Yes.
Light colored denim shirt?
Mm-hmm.
Was that yes?
Shirt. Yes, yes. Keep forgetting.
How many bags did the defendant have, sir?
Just the 3.
The 2 you checked and the 1 he carried?
Yes.
Did you see any other bags with him?
No.
Did the defendant give you a tip?
Yes.
What money did he give you?
He gave me a 20, and I gave him back 2 5s.
He gave you a $20 bill?
Yes.
You gave him back 2 $5 bills?
Yes.
Is that the only time you've checked Mr. Simpson in for a flight?
Yeah, because I wasn't a sky cap the other times I'd seen him.
All right, did you have a conversation with anyone the day after these events that we've just discussed on June the 12th?
Yes.
Was that a friend of yours?
Another sky cap.
And after you had that conversation with your friend, what did that cause you to do with respect to your memory of the events of checking Mr. Simpson in on the night of June the 12th?
Try to recollect what happened that night.
And did that cause you to reflect on everything that had happened, the number of bags checked and everything you saw?
Yeah, pretty much, yes. Yeah, that's all I saw, yes. Aside from the other 2 bags.
The 2 you checked,
Mm-hmm.
is that yes?
Yes. I
Those
keep
2 that you
forgetting.
checked- I know. The 2 that you checked, though, neither one of them were duffel bags.
No.
The only duffel bag you saw was the one he carried in over his shoulder?
You can ask the question. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, that's the only one I paid attention to. I mean,
Thank you.
Mr. Douglas?
Williams, good afternoon, sir.
good afternoon.
Mr. Williams, how long, sir, had you been working as a skycap as of June the 12th of 1994?
About a year and a half.
For about a year and a half?
Yes.
And, sir, typically, what would be the number of passengers that you would check baggage for in a given, let's say, a given hour?
That depends on the day, because some days are busier than other days.
What would be your average if you were to estimate how many customers you tend to handle in a typical hour?
In a typical hour, maybe 15, 20 maybe.
15 to 20 per hour.
Yeah, you know.
And frequently, each of these passengers, these 15 or 20 per hour, will often have more than one bag, true?
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be unusual for you to see dozens of bags in any given hour, considering all the passengers that you're handling, true?
True. Yes.
Now, there came a time on a Sunday evening, you say, when this fellow came up to you asking about checking in some baggage, correct?
Correct.
And later you realized that there was a passenger with this person who was Mr. Simpson, true?
Excuse me, repeat the question.
You later realized that this person that had come to you was handling bags for Mr. Simpson,
Yes.
didn't you? And Mr. Simpson came to you on a Sunday evening, didn't he?
Yes.
He didn't come the next day on Monday evening as well, did he?
No.
And part of the process of your checking in the baggage was to verify Mr. Simpson's flight schedule on the computer there, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to verify that Mr. Simpson was in fact booked on a flight that evening, didn't you?
Yes.
Now, there's certain information that you put into the computer before one of these claim checks are printed out, correct?
Yes.
Part of the information that you put in would be the destination of the passenger.
Yeah, I can tell you exactly what I have to. The first thing you have to put in is how many bags are checked, what's the flight number, final destination, name of the passenger, and how many people are in the party.
Okay. And what is your practice, sir, when there is an old tag on the bag that you are going to check in? Is it your practice to take off the old tags first?
Yeah, either take it off or scribble up, mark over it so it doesn't interfere with the tag.
That's so that the baggage handlers will not confuse one destination from an old tag
Yeah.
as opposed to the current destination, correct? Now, every bag that is checked in has to have a luggage tag placed on it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And when there is a bag that someone is taking on the airplane with them, there's no need to check that bag in necessarily, correct?
Correct. If they're taking it on, you don't check it in.
So that if somebody is carrying a bag, let's say that someone is carrying a bag to Los Angeles from Chicago, that they had checked in Los Angeles to Chicago, but they carried that bag on the airplane with them back from Chicago, there wouldn't be an LAX tag on that particular bag, would there?
You're saying okay, he checked it in L.A.
Let's assume, for example, let's take the garment bag, which would be exhibit 1062.
Okay.
And if this tag has certain information, this means that this piece of luggage was checked in from Los Angeles to Chicago, correct?
Correct.
And then it was placed on a conveyor belt to go to the airplane, correct?
Correct.
And if the person who owned this bag brought it back from Chicago on the airplane with him, it would still have the ORD tag on it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, unless he took it off, it'll stay on there.
Okay. And if, for example, that same person was bringing back not only the bag that he's carrying on, but another bag that they're checking in Chicago to come to Los Angeles, it would be the practice to take off that old tag, would it not?
Yeah, you should take the whole tag off because you don't want them to,
So that you cannot tell whether or not this golf club bag was checked in at LAX to Chicago because you don't have that tag on there, correct?
yeah.
But you can tell that this bag was checked in at Chicago to come back to Los Angeles on June 13th. True?
Yes.
Now, you talked something about there being a trash can somewhere near the area where you're working.
Yes.
And you would have occasion, would you not, to look into that trash can to see, to throw things away, wouldn't you?
Well, I just use it to throw things away because the way the trash can is designed, you just throw it in the front and it just goes down. There's like a cover over it.
And you never heard any information about there being any luggage recovered from any trash cans near your area, did you?
No, not to my knowledge. I never heard anything about that.
Now, you said that when you saw Mr. Simpson on June the 12th, that he was wearing a jean-type shirt, wasn't he?
Yes.
And that shirt was not tucked into his pants, was it?
No.
And you recall that he had a white shirt on underneath that jean-type shirt? Do you recall that?
No, I just remember a light colored shirt.
Okay. Do you recall ever seeing him carrying an overcoat that evening?
I can't recall.
You don't recall that?
No, can't recall.
Now, there came a time, as you said, that Mr. Simpson gave you a tip for your services, did he not?
Yes.
And he gave you a $20 bill.
Yes, he did.
And you gave him back as change 2 5s, is that correct?
Yes.
Was that all the change that you then had in your possession? Do you recall?
I mean, I had other money on me, but I just, gave him 2 5s. I didn't want to count out singles.
And as he was walking away, did you have occasion to stare at him when he's walking away? Or were you handling other work?
No, I was just trying to get his bags on for him. And so the way you go is there's the escalator, and then behind the escalator there's a belt for oversized items like golf clubs and stuff. So, but realizing he was running a little, behind schedule, I just took him down the back way and walked him out half to the plane.
So after he gave you the tip, you then tried to rush to put the bags on that special belt for him.
Yes.
And you didn't focus your attention on him walking away from you going to the airplane.
I just, figured he went up to the plane because he had to
So
make the
you
flight.
really didn't have a chance to see what, if anything, he was carrying in his hand while you were putting the golf bag onto that special belt, did you?
Aside from the small little duffel bag.
Thank you very much. One moment, please.
Mrs. Clark, can you redirect? Certainly.
I get more water? I'm just thirsty.
Mrs. Robertson?
Your Honor, may we approach some of these photographs?
Sure. Do this. Thank you.
Beats that stuff outside, really.
I know, don't drink that stuff outside. I know.
It
You
got
have a
cold
skull
and
and
then it got
crossbones
hot.
over that. Yeah,
Could have did a load of laundry in that water.
All
I
right,
know.
let's go. Ms. Clark.
If I may, Your Honor, I'd like to mark a series of photographs.
Starting with People's 150.
Thank you, Your Honor. People's 150 will be the photograph with the number 10 at the lower right-hand corner. 151 with the number 11 in the lower right-hand corner. 152 with the number 12 in the lower right-hand corner. 153 with the number 02 in the lower right-hand corner. And number 154 with the number 15 in the lower right-hand corner. And number 155 with the number 14
All right, so noted.
in the lower right-hand corner. Thank you.
Proceed.
All right, Mr. Williams, I just want to show you these pictures and ask you if you can tell us whether these pictures accurately depict the podium you worked at American Airlines, and the location of the trash can in relationship to that podium on the date of June the 12th, 1994. Okay?
Okay.
And for the record, I'm showing him the photographs I have just now marked as 150 through 155.
Hey, there's Kevin.
All right, now you've just seen 150 through 153, is that correct, sir?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, is that the way your work area looked at American Airlines on the date of June the 12th, 1994?
Yeah, it was darker, but yeah, that's it.
Because it was at night.
Yes.
And you described a trash can to your left and a little bit behind you where you work. Do you see it in that position in these photographs?
Yes.
And
I
is that
do.
the position it was in on June the 12th, 1994?
Yeah.
Showing you now people's 154 and 155, do these photographs accurately depict the trash can that is shown in the photographs that have been marked people's 150 through 153?
Yeah, that's the trash can.
And that's the way it looked on June the 12th, 1994 as well?
Yeah, that's the same way it looked.
Can you tell us, sir, if you know, how often do you strike that? Do you see a plastic insert in that trash can
Yes,
that's
I did.
depicted in all those photographs?
Yeah, the trash bag.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Do you know how often they change those plastic inserts?
No, I couldn't tell you. I see them change them. I don't know how often they do it. They just change them.
You just know that they do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mr. Douglas, the issues on this?
Mr. Williams, there is a lost and found section at the airport, is there not?
Yes, there is.
So if luggage is left behind or lost, there's a location where it can all be taken, true?
Yes.
And Mr. Williams, you don't recall ever seeing Mr. Simpson anywhere near that trash can on June the 12th, do you, sir?
Yes, he was standing near the trash can.
Did you see him do anything with the trash can?
No, I didn't see him do anything with the trash can.
When Mr. Simpson was standing near the trash can, sir, did you happen to see whether he had any item of luggage or that black duffel bag on top of the trash can?
No, I didn't pay that much attention to see if he, where the bag was. It was on his arm.
Was your back to Mr. Simpson when he was standing near the trash can?
When he first came up, yes, I didn't even notice it was Mr. Simpson until I turned and asked the limo driver if he needed, if he wanted to check the baggage.
And when you took the baggage from the luggage carrier to put it onto your luggage carrier, onto your conveyor belt, would you be turning towards the trash can or away from it to do that?
I'd have to turn towards it.
Okay. And you have pictures. Can you show us in the photograph, sir? Where is the conveyor belt that you would be putting the luggage on?
Which photograph you?
I'm sorry, I'm showing the witness People's 150.
I'd have to go in the door, and over here towards this way there's the escalator, and then right behind the escalator there's the big belt, and then there's some doorways that go out to the ramp. And I just took the bags down there.
So would you carry them in by hand, or would you put them on some kind of a cart?
Usually I put them on a cart, but in that situation I just carried them in by hand.
Did you in this case carry them in by hand?
Yeah, they weren't that heavy.
Okay. So did you carry them in by hand before or after Mr. Simpson left your podium?
It probably would have to be, it was after he left. He was walking away, and I just grabbed the bags.
And walked them inside?
Yeah.
Do you know if those trash cans are emptied every night, sir?
Yes, they are. They're empty sometimes. Yeah, they are emptied every night because when the trash truck comes around, it kicks out so many fumes. It's pathetic. Kills us every night. Get electric vehicles.
So that I'm clear, Mr. Williams, Mr. Simpson left the trash can area before you went around the corner to put the bags away?
Yeah, he's...
Nothing.
All right, Ms. Clark, do you want to hand the photographs to the jurors and allow them to pass it through so they can look at it?
What's that, John?
Asking Ms. Clark if she wants to hand these photographs to the jurors. So they-
In view of testimony, yeah.
Maybe first.
Sure. All right, thank you, Counsel. Mr. Douglas, you had two more questions?
Mr. Williams, just so that we're clear, the trash bags that go into the trash can that are shown in those exhibits are clear trash bags, are they not?
Yes.
And The location where that trash can is directly next to where you are standing checking in the bags, is it not?
Objection to state's testimony.
Well, I think
Picture speaks for itself, Your Honor.
sustain.
That, okay. Is the trash can directly next to the station where you're standing?
Yeah, same spot in the pictures, directly next to it and a little back.
So when people are standing and dealing with you, they are naturally standing next to the trash can?
Well, objection. It fits over their standing.
Overruled.
Speculation.
Overruled. The photographs will speak for themselves.
Yeah, they stand anywhere. They can stand in front of it.
Nothing further.
All right.
Your Honor.
Nope. Not at this point. Do you want to ask another question?
No, I just want to show the pictures.
No, we had an agreement that I was not aware of. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon, and I take it neither side has any further questions for Mr. Williams. As far as the jury is concerned, we'll stay in a recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. All right, we'll take a 10-minute recess, and then I'll see counsel on the other evidentiary matters.
Obviously, we have the defendant's proposed set of objections in the DNA issues. However, a matter of some importance before collection witnesses testify is the letter that we sent this morning concerning what we believe are discovery abuses and recent matters that were turned over to the defense by the prosecution that we think is a clear discovery abuse and for which there ought to be sanctions and remedies. So the issue is, we think that's a serious matter that has to be resolved before the witnesses testify. Then there's the stipulation, proposed stipulation by the prosecution, and then there are the boards. So those are all the matters that I think we have to cover, and I know you have limited time, so tell us what you want.
All right, well, let's do the motion that was, let's start on the motion that was scheduled for this afternoon. The notice of objections to testimony concerning DNA evidence.
Maybe I ought to make one point about the discovery sanction. We sent a number of matters to the court in terms of the materials, but one that I think the court really has to look at is that we were provided with a videotape that we had been asking for a long time that was taken on June 13th at Rockingham. The way we knew about this a long time ago is that on that videotape that I think the court has of all the different clips we've seen from the services, there was a gentleman from the district attorney's office, or we thought, or police department, we didn't know where, taking a videotape. We just received a videotape from the prosecution of in panning the grounds and then an interior search or walkthrough of Mr. Simpson's residence at Rockingham. It's highly material and something that should have been turned over at the suppression hearings because it's relevant to those issues, would have been developed there in terms of search witnesses, in terms of their testimony, and there are a number of things that are perfectly apparent about it. Number one, there are things out all over in very important places. Matters
Well,
of...
Mr. Scheck, forgive me for interrupting
Yeah.
you, but the issue before us today is your specific motion regarding Kelly
yes.
issues.
Oh, I understand. All that I'm saying is before the prosecution's next witnesses, the collection witnesses, Mazzola and Fung, testify, and people testify as to the collection of evidence at Rockingham.
Well, I have on my desk what appears to be a fax letter to the court.
That's right.
That mentions something about discovery sanctions, but in case you haven't noticed, I've been in session all day.
Oh, no, I understand that. That's why I'm bringing this one to your attention, because I know you want to hear about it. Because what we're going to ask you to do is take a
No, the
look at the tape.
point I'm making is I don't want to hear about it right now.
Okay. Bottom line is, we think it requires a hearing before these, outside the presence of the jury, before the witnesses testify.
Okay.
That's why I want you to know that.
All right. Let's address the motion that you have on calendar for this afternoon.
My pleasure, Your Honor. What I would like to do first is a general introduction, and then explain what I'll address, and then defer to other counsel about the other issues. The first
What's your
point...
time estimate for our entire argument on this on your side?
30 minutes.
All right. Proceed.
If I understand the prosecution's position correctly, what they're claiming is by withdrawing our initial Kelly-Frye motion, we waived the right to contest whether or not correct scientific procedures were used in any of the DNA tests performed in the past or performed since the trial began, and tests that are still being performed as we speak. Whether correct scientific procedures were used, whether controls failed in the course of doing these tests, which are so material that they would invalidate the scientific merits of the tests, whether these tests were performed very, very badly, such that they should not come into evidence. They say we have waived our right to contest that under the third prong of Kelly-Frye as an issue under 403 of the California Code or 405. They also claim that by withdrawing our Kelly-Frye motion, we have waived our right to challenge under 352 the way DNA evidence is presented to the jury, particularly with respect to whether or not the statistical evidence is presented in a fashion that is misleading, unduly prejudicial, and should not be admitted under relevant case law. They indeed continue to insist that by withdrawing our motion, we cannot make objections under certain case law, People versus Sella, People versus Collins, that we cite in our papers. They claim that by withdrawing our motion, we have waived our right to cross-examine scientific witnesses from the prosecution about disputes within the scientific community concerning the reliability of the tests that they are going to offer to this jury, that we cannot talk about opinions of other leading scientists that would be generally relied upon by experts in the field, who are prominent scientists that were published in scientific journals, that we couldn't rely upon, for example, documents like the NRC report or the fact that there's an NRC panel from the National Academy of Sciences considering many of the criticisms that we've raised here, that they convened another panel. They're saying that we can't go into anything with respect to those disputes in the scientific community because we withdrew our motion. They say that we cannot offer testimony with respect to testing procedures such as mitochondrial DNA because we withdrew our motion, when in fact, during opening statement, Ms. Clark referred to procedures that are done to identify the bodies that were found overseas of soldiers, and in fact, one of the techniques that is used, in fact, the primary technique, as I understand it, that is used is mitochondrial DNA testing by one of the proposed prosecution witnesses, Major Victor Whedon. They say by withdrawing a motion, we can't offer testimony on that. Their position is that on our direct case, we do not have the right to present evidence again through our witnesses under appropriate sections of the California Evidence Code, I believe it's 801, concerning opinions of other scientists and their concerns, published and otherwise, about forensic DNA testing, that are the kind that are relied upon reasonably by experts in the field. What would ordinarily come in as proper basis for an expert testimony, they say we can't do that now because we withdrew this Kelly-Frye motion before. They have also made a motion in limine in which they, in effect, they say under 406, we can't attack the weight of the evidence and its reliability in this way because we withdrew our motion. They then propose this motion in limine where they say that we should be restricted in our cross-examination of prosecution witnesses about the views of Dr. Carey Mullis, the winner of the Nobel Prize in chemistry for the invention of the PCR technique, concerning his views on the application of PCR to forensics, such as was done in this case. And they concede in their papers that Dr. Mullis has testified on these matters. They have these transcripts, that their experts have looked at these transcripts and considered his views. They were before the court before. But they say that because we withdrew our motion, we can't cross-examine them about those. And they indeed go further and say that we can't cross-examine their witnesses about Dr. Mullis's views because his opinions have no value within the views they claim of their experts, although it's not in any way ever said that they're experts. There's no affidavits for any experts, or there's none named, because these experts believe that Dr. Mullis's lifestyle, Dr. Mullis's views on matters that are completely unrelated to this litigation, having to do with the etiology of AIDS and the HIV virus, are matters which discredit him.
An interesting theory.
I thought it was, we have problems with that because they say, on that basis, we can't raise his views with other witnesses, notwithstanding his winning the Nobel Prize about this technology. But what concerns us a great deal, Your Honor, is that we're about to enter the technical phase of the case. And you have issued an order to us, us lawyers, about how these matters should be litigated. And I pledge to you that we want to litigate these matters on the merits in a highly professional fashion. Try to conduct myself in this fashion throughout these proceedings. In a difficult subject matter that's turgid and gives everybody headaches, I understand it. But we have great concerns. This case is on national television. It's broadcast around the world. People are reluctant to come in as witnesses, lay people. You know, it applies to scientists, too. And when motions are filed where personal attacks of this kind that I think don't even merit serious consideration, what it does is it serves notice to everybody. If you want to come in here and talk about science, if you want to talk about real issues, well, you better be prepared to be put under a microscope and have your entire character subject to attack. And we think that's very unfair. We think that's intimidating to scientists. We think that's not the way this should be conducted, and we object to it. Now, what I propose to do, Your Honor, is at this point go through the objections that we made, our notice of objections, and deal with the prosecution's response to that. And then I'm going to defer to Professor Thompson to address the motion in limine issue. And then if we have time, we could move on to the stipulation which Mr. Blaser would discuss, and then the demonstration boards which Mr. Neufeld would discuss. The first point I'd like to make about our notice of objections is that we tried to design this in such a way to indicate to the court what issues we think you have to decide before the witnesses testify, what issues we think can only be decided after you hear expert testimony from both sides. And what I'd first like to discuss is the prosecution's contention that by withdrawing the DNA motion when we did, that we have explicitly given a blanket waiver to all the various legal challenges that we've given notice we want to pursue. And the matters that I want to discuss first are the prong 3, 352, 350, Collins, Sella challenges. And, Judge, I'm sure you'll appreciate it. Yes, we have done a chart that I would offer to the court. Can I just walk over? Okay. That essentially diagrams our brief and our various objections.
Very similar then to my chart, diagramming
Well, I don't know.
and the arguments.
The one you wouldn't give me the other day, and the one that has the tentative rulings on it. I hope it's similar. Yeah, here. Okay. Now, the first point that the prosecution makes is that they say the day that we withdrew our motion, we explicitly waived all legal challenges, including the prong 3 challenges and all the ones that I've listed on this chart as grounds for objection that go beyond the first prong of Kelly-Frye. And then they cite two sections of the record. And I'm sure the court remembers it. and the court reporter remembers it. But at the moment that this was done, there actually was, I heard, and I know we corrected it, a small error in the record or on the live notes, and that Mr. Simpson did not use the word waiver, he used the word motion. But that's not really the point. The point was that at the time that this was done, inconsistent with what the prosecution put in its brief, it was absolutely clear that Mr. Simpson was discussing, and we had proffered to the court, our withdrawal motion, which had very specific grounds as to what we withdrew and why we withdrew it. And that's what he was referring to. And then the court acknowledges this on page 10281, and says that you indicate that it was your understanding that Mr. Simpson was referring to the document that had been drafted, the withdrawal motion. And it's also clear from the record that we had discussed with Mr. Simpson the prosecution's proposed questions, and obviously they had their view at that time as to the significance of the withdrawal. But that's nothing that we explicitly acknowledged or believed to be true, and I'm sure the court realized at that time, I think you even indicated it, that one day we would visit the question of grounds for objections beyond prong one, certainly with respect to the testing that had been done up to that point. So the prosecution's position that we explicitly waived in a blanket fashion all these challenges, I think has no merit and is backed up by the record. We should also note the factors, I won't repeat them because the court remembers them well, that went into that withdrawal motion, and that we wanted to raise prong one challenges, and we think by withdrawing the motion when we did, what we waived was we waived our right to attack outside the presence of the jury all DNA test results that had been done up to that point, that we had received results from. That's what we think we waived. We asked the court in December to consider a procedure whereby we could litigate the prong one issues during the course of trial, having the prosecution present its DNA witnesses in exactly the fashion that they ordinarily would. Any witness that they felt they needed for foundation could be taken outside the presence of the jury, work on a Saturday or on a down day, whatever else, and that we would present witnesses, and then at the end of the trial, the court could consider striking testimony and give instructions to the jury, and we would waive the prejudice of having that bell rung and then unrung if we prevailed on any of those claims. The court declined our proposal at that time, indicating that you didn't feel we were sufficiently concrete about it and stating other reasons, and you just declined to do it. But we think we waived just at that point the right to do prong one challenges outside the presence of the jury, and we didn't waive any of the challenges that we've outlined here. So that was their first argument, waiver, blanket waiver, explicit waiver, which I don't think is supported by the record and our withdrawal motion. The second argument now is that the prosecution officers is that they say under California law that you must do prong three challenges, 352 challenges, challenges that are we think governed by Barney Wallace and Pizarro, the Collins challenges, this notion of independence, People versus Sella, this notion of quantifying all the relevant variables accurately, that all those have to be done pre-trial through a Kelly-Fry hearing, and they cannot be done during the course of trial by making objections when we actually get the results and we see how the tests are performed. We don't think that that's correct. We don't think there's any basis in the law for that. And in fact, the prosecution seems to be going further. They seem to be taking the position that they are free, because of our withdrawal of the motion, to present any DNA evidence in any form, literally scientific garbage if they want, to the jury, without any limitations by the court or any right by the defense to object to foundations. And we don't think that that makes any sense, and we don't think that's the law. It's very revealing to us that the prosecution in its papers does not even bother to make a point-by-point response to our various objections. They just say, blanket waiver, and you either do it in a Kelly-Fry hearing before the jury, or you can't waive these third-prong challenges, these 352 challenges, and the other challenges. We don't think that makes any sense. Now, in terms of these objections, what we would propose to the court is that there's only really 2 of them, maybe 3 of them, that have to be resolved before the witnesses testify. And those are, what I would say in our list is, number 1, presenting DNA evidence to the jury without statistics, and number 2, suggestions that DNA tests provide unique identification. A related issue, I think, is the second to last entry in our chart, the prosecutor's fallacy. But let me just address this first point, because I think it's an absolutely essential one, and it's one that highlights the way the prosecution is proceeding here, that I think has been unfair and abusive in terms of way DNA evidence ought to be presented, and a matter that I think is of extraordinary consequence in terms of how this kind of evidence is going to be presented to juries from this point forward, not just in this courtroom, I think, but across the country, indeed across the world. What is DNA evidence and what isn't it? What is its real significance? How can courts structure the presentation of this evidence so that juries are not misled and they take it in the proper context for exactly what it's worth and what it's not worth? This is a very vexing question. This is one the National Academy of Sciences has opined on. As you saw from the papers we submitted, it's one that they're still struggling with, and it's also an issue that all the legal and scientific commentators are commenting on. This isn't simple, but I think that there are certain points that have already been established in the case law of this state and other jurisdictions and within the scientific community that people take as clearly appropriate. And so we urge the court to think about this very carefully. This is the argument. Number 1, I think it's absolutely clear from Barney, and I cite Barney, Wallace, and Pizarro because at this point I think that's all we can cite. The recent actions of the California Supreme Court in taking Venegas and putting a grant and hold on Soto, on Wilds, which was a different position than we were in when we began this trial, makes that the governing precedent. But under any precedent, DNA evidence is statistical, and you should not be able to present this evidence without statistics. Now, the prosecution has already done that in the opening statement, where Ms. Clark went on saying, here's a bloodstain, match. Here's a bloodstain, match. Then, in the examination of Detective Van Adder, in the course of a discovery violation, and I think the record's clear in a way that I think was purposeful, she elicited from him the testimony, there were scrapings taken from under Nicole Brown Simpson's fingernails, and DNA tests were done, and the conclusion was, that is her blood. Now, that's not what DNA tests show. They give you results which have gene frequencies, and that's what they show. They say this is the gene frequency of the profile. And nobody would suggest that we're at a point now where those tests in particular, those PCR-based tests, could ever reach the conclusion that would satisfy any scientist, that's her blood. Now, the law is clear in Barney that you cannot present this evidence without presenting statistics. You can't say it's just a match and not present statistics. But that's precisely what the prosecution has done so far in this proceeding. And it's not like they don't know what they're doing, Your Honor. They have all the people here in California that have been from the very beginning trying to engineer the admission of this evidence in favor of the prosecution, the proponents of it, and they know the law. And what's very interesting is that Ms. Clark, in an article by one of our brethren, Professor Richard Lempert, that we've cited, actually takes to task Ms. Clark's arguments in another case where she argued DNA evidence, and she did the very same thing, and that's noted in our papers. Now, that's unfairly prejudicial. So what are we proposing? What we're proposing is that, as I think is the law, the evidence has to be presented in the form of statistics gene frequencies. But that's not all. If you agree with us, and you can see that that must be the way it's done because that is the law, then we deal with another question, and that is, what kind of preliminary instruction will this court give to the jury about these statistics? This, we think, is the most important point if you go with us the next step, and that is make them put it in the form of statistics. Because what the jury ought to be instructed is that what they're about to hear are statistical estimates about gene frequencies. And that they should be instructed that those gene frequency estimates do not represent the false positive error rates of the laboratory. They do not represent a probability about sample handling mistakes within a laboratory. They do not represent probabilities about false matches arising from cross-contamination in the collection of samples. And they do not represent probabilities as to whether or not evidence was tampered with. And they do not represent probabilities of guilt. And I think that the jury has to be instructed on exactly what it is and what it isn't. And we would, if you agree with us that it must be statistical, then we will present to you a preliminary instruction on this point that we think is essential to give the jury guidance about what they're going to hear, what it means, and what it doesn't mean. And these are issues that we raised in our initial briefs and people are writing about. There's an article that I would call to your attention that has just been published in Jurimetrics that was initially cited in our papers in its unpublished form by Dr. Jay Kohler concerning errors and exaggerations in the presentation of DNA evidence. And the research that Dr. Kohler has done and others in this field is that if you present, he did a study where you, they did a mock case. And the jury of college students essentially was presented DNA evidence about a gene frequency of 1 in a billion. And then they were asked, given the evidence they saw, would they vote guilty or innocent? Then they were given the 1 in a billion gene frequency statistic, and they were also given a false positive error rate, something on the order of 1 in 200. And the jury reached exactly the same conclusion when they had both statistics, as opposed to just having the 1 in a billion statistics alone. In other words, it didn't affect it at all. On the other hand, if you gave them the statistics of just the false positive error rate, they would reach a completely different verdict. There was a significant effect. Now, what that reflects, Your Honor, is a rich literature, psychological literature, that we're prepared to put on testimony about, having to do with the naivete that lay people have, many of us have, about statistics, and about how easily people can be confused and misled and prejudiced by the presentation of statistics. There's a rich literature in this field. And what will not ordinarily be understood by people is that if you have a false positive error rate, for example, of 1 in 200, or 1 in 243, I think was the last one that Cellmark offered for itself, then the chances, for example, that a particular test result is a false positive is 1 out of 243. And the gene frequency of 1 in a billion is irrelevant, or so we would argue. Or at least people should understand that argument, or understand that it's one that's available to them. Now, they have to understand that distinction, and they shouldn't be confusing the gene frequency statistic.
This council, Mr. Shapiro, Ms. Chapman, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark and Mr. Darden. The jury is not present. Counsel, do we have counsel for Mr. Kardashian? All right. Morning, counsel. Your name for the record, please.
Janet Levine, appearing on behalf of Robert Kardashian, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, we've had the opportunity to converse in chambers between yourself, myself, and Mr. Darden. My understanding is our agreement is that Mr. Darden will make available to you the general areas of inquiry, or the proposed general areas of inquiry, by the close of business today, and that you will provide me your brief on the issues by the close of business April 5.
That's correct, Your Honor. I understand also Mr. Darden will be providing me with a copy of a videotape as well as some still pictures.
That's correct, Your Honor, but we'll have to charge you for the videotape.
As long as it's not too expensive, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, anything else we need to put on the record, counsel? All right, let's have the jurors join us, please. All the Mr. Darden, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Honor, the people call Susan Silva.
All right, Ms. Silva, come forward, please.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give.
Correct, Your Honor. I understand also Mr. Darden will be providing me with a copy of a videotape as well as some still pictures.
That's correct, Your Honor, but we'll have to charge her for the videotape.
As long as it's not too expensive, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, anything else we need to put on the record, counsel? All right, let's have the jurors join us, please.
Susan Silva.
All right, Mr. Darden, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Honor, the people call Susan Silva.
All right, Ms. Silva, come forward, please.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause not pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. And you please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Susan Silva, S-I-L, V as in Victor, A. Good morning.
Ms. Silva, who are you employed by?
West Tech Security Incorporated.
Okay, and what type of business is West Tech Security in?
We are in the business of installing, monitoring, providing service, and patrolling alarm systems.
Okay. And what is your job title with West Tech Security?
I'm Director of Administration.
Okay. And are you an expert on West Tech installed security systems?
I wouldn't consider myself an expert, but I'm knowledgeable about them.
Okay. And how long have you worked for West Tech?
6 years.
Okay. And what did you do prior to that?
I worked for API Alarm Systems for approximately 7 years.
Have you visited the house at 360 North Rockingham?
Yes, I have.
And does that house, the defendant's house, have a West Tech installed security system?
Yes, it does.
And have you searched the records at West Tech to determine the nature and type of security system installed at the defendant's home on June 12 and 13, 1994?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And can you describe that system for us, please?
At the current time in June of 1994, he had a system which entailed a perimeter alarm system, which means that there were contacts on many of the doors around the exterior of the house. As well, he had one interior beam in the front foyer.
Okay, so you say there were contacts on many of the doors,
That is correct.
many of the exterior doors?
Yes.
And the beam you just described, where was that beam?
The beam was in the front foyer. As you're coming in, if you were to walk in, it was directly, as you're walking in the door, it would be directly to your left.
And assuming the system was on or activated at the time, what would happen if you interrupted that beam?
The system would be activated and an alarm signal would be sent into West Tech if that beam was a part of the system and activated.
Now, was there a main computer somewhere located in 360 North Rockingham?
Yes, the main computer or box or guts, as you would call it, the processing unit, was in his library.
it people's next in order, 156, I believe.
156.
Are you familiar with the term entry panel?
Yes, I am.
And what does that term mean?
An entry panel is a panel that would be immediately inside an area to turn the system on or off.
Would that be a keypad?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. And the owner, or in this case, the defendant, could punch in a security code to activate or deactivate the alarm system?
That is correct.
Ms. Silva, if you will you step down from the witness stand, step over to the board marked People's 156. There's a pointer behind you hanging from the witness stand. How many entry panels or keypads are there at 360 North Rockingham?
For the lower portion of the alarm system, he had a total of 4. There were 4 keypads that he could turn it on and off. There are 2 exterior, which are different types of panels. One was installed outside of the front entrance in the foyer, and the other was right outside the garage, in the main garage area. He also had 2 keypads from the inside that were one inside the front entryway and the other right outside of the maid's room.
Now, to use the entry pad located in the garage, one would have to be inside the garage, is that correct?
That is correct.
And with regard to the keypads inside the laundry room and the interior entranceway to the house, you'd have to be inside the house or inside the laundry room to activate those.
That is correct.
But there is one keypad at the exterior front door, is that right?
Yes, there is.
Just outside the front door?
Yes, there is.
And the keypads you just described, do they all require a security code to activate or deactivate the alarm system?
Yes, they do.
Now, are there also security sensors?
Yes, there are sensors on many of the doors.
Okay. Before I ask you where they are, let me ask you this. Directing your attention to the maid's quarters and Kaylin's room in the lower portion of the diagram there, are there any security sensors or entry panels located in any of those rooms?
No, there is, we at one time believed that there was some sort of a sensor, but when the day that I was out at the property, the sensor was not connected to the stair room or the rooms from Cato's room to the billiard room. But there is no on and off keypad of any type to deactivate the alarm system with the same type of keypads that are installed at any one of these 4 locations.
Okay. So in other words, then there are no security sensors anywhere from the office here to the maid's room.
That's correct.
Could you describe for us each and every sensor or security sensor that is located inside the house, please?
If you were to begin at the front door, there is a door contact that is, most of them are, you're not able to see them. They're recessed in the door itself, on the top, on the side, so that it's not really visible. But there's one at the front door, and you go back to the patio doors over on this side. There is one on the door there, one on the door here, another door contact as well here.
Okay, now those would be the French doors leading out to the pool, is that right?
Correct. They're very large, probably 10 or 14 foot tall French doors.
Okay.
There's also French doors on this side. There was one here. There's one here. There's a small door going out to the pool area as well that there's a sensor. Finally, over here at the maid's room going outside on the side yard, there's a sensor, and one sensor going out to the garage.
Is there any exterior door to the house that is not that does not have a sensor attached to it or covered by it?
Well, when we looked at it, it was very difficult because at the top of many of these large French doors were some deadbolts. So at the time, and because it's so tall and we didn't want to get a ladder and unlock them, we were unable to tell whether there was a contact or not on those particular doors. So my estimation is that the one was a standard closed door at all time because it also had a sliding bar in the bottom, and the other was a door that would be open and closed at all times.
You just mentioned that you saw some deadbolts.
Yes.
Where did you see deadbolts?
There's deadbolts, large deadbolts up at the top of the the windows at this side, and they're very high up, probably 12 of them, and at the very top of the windows itself.
Okay, and you're indicating for the record the living room and the family room?
Correct. Living room, family room. There also was a deadbolt at the maid's room. Open that door.
Okay, and so that the record is clear, there's a room here at the bottom left-hand portion of the diagram that is labeled maid, is that correct?
Yes, there is.
And that is adjacent to the laundry room?
That is correct.
Okay, and you can access that room from inside the house, is that correct?
Yes, you would walk through the breakfast area or through the garage.
Okay. And you can also access that room from outside the house?
That is correct.
Okay, and this maid's room is distinguished from the other maid's room, which is at the opposite end of the diagram.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't see that this one was also labeled as maid's room. Yes, it would be the maid's room that was inside the interior of the house.
Thank you. Okay, you were telling us that you saw deadbolts at the living room French doors and at the family room French doors?
Correct.
Okay, and where else did you see deadbolts?
There was another deadbolt here at the maid's, outside of the maid's room from the interior of the house going to the exterior, the maid's room closest to the garage.
Now, at one point, you pointed out a sensor located at a rear door leading out to the patio, rear patio. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And we've indicated on the diagram 40 seconds. Is that right?
Yes, that's a special door right at the, not identical to the large French doors. It's a small door right on the side.
Now, what did you mean or intend to convey when you had the 40 seconds placed there or indicated there?
That was the one door on the back side of the house that if someone was at the pool area and the alarm system was set, they would be able to enter this door and have a ringing sound and be able to go to one of the keypads and disarm it. All the other doors are on immediate sensors, which means if they were to come in the front side, they'd have to de-arm the system from the outside key panel and also the garage key panel, or else the system goes immediately into an alarm. On many systems that don't have these exterior panels, you have entry exits to give you the time to bring your groceries in, put them on the counter, and go turn your alarm system off or let the kids go or whatever. In this particular system, he had to disarm it from the outside before he came in, or else you'd have an immediate alarm system. I'm sorry, an alarm activation. This particular door, he had 40 seconds to, if indeed the alarm system was set, 40 seconds to go to any one of these keypads and turn it off. It would not send an alarm signal.
And what if the glass was broken or a window was broken? Would that activate the alarm?
No, he did not have any glass breaks on his system. So there was not that type of protection. It would have physically had to have moved or caused the two magnets, which is what a contact is, to move and cause an alarm.
Okay. You have one moment, Your Honor. Is West Tech advised or signaled somehow each and every time that the alarm is activated?
Objection vague.
Oh, well, you can answer the question.
If you could please define indicated to, or I'm sorry, activated to.
Okay, well, let's say that Mr. Simpson was to turn on the alarm. Okay? With me so far? If he turned the alarm on, would West Tech somehow be notified? Would there be some signal or something sent to West Tech indicating that the alarm at Mr. Simpson's house is now on?
No, this particular alarm system is not supervised, which means we do not supervise or have specific times that he would set the alarm or turn the system on or off. It's basically at his own discretion.
Under what circumstances, if any, could West Tech be notified that the system has been activated or deactivated?
It would be an intrusion, which means that he has physically set the system, and not necessarily him, but let's say a burglar breaks one of these door contacts or goes in an area and is not able to deactivate the alarm system in the appropriate time period. At that time, we would receive a signal. So it's more of a reactive than a proactive system.
Okay. And have you searched the records at West Tech?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And was West Tech signaled that the system had been broken, or that the security of Mr. Simpson's home had been broken on June 12, 1994?
There were no signals.
Now, does West Tech also perform maintenance on security systems?
Yes, we do.
And if you recall, when was the last time that West Tech performed any maintenance on the defendant's security system?
I don't recall.
Okay. If you recall, were there any complaints during June 1994 that the system was not working properly?
I don't recall any.
Thank you. That's all.
Oh, thank you. All right, do we need the board at this point? Ms. Chapman, do you need the board? Ms. Silva, why don't you take the witness stand again, please? Ms. Chapman, do you need the board for your cross-examination?
I don't think so.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Chapman.
Good morning, Ms. Silva.
Good morning, Counsel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's your indication, Ms. Silva, that there is no signal sent to West Tech when the alarm is set by the resident. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there would be no record anywhere that you're aware of the alarm being set. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, to set the alarm, you would have to enter a code. Is that right?
Yes.
And you would have to enter a code at a pad at either the front door or at the garage. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if the alarm was set and someone left through the kitchen door, the alarm would go off. Is that right?
Yes.
With respect to the alarms on the family room doors, if the alarm had previously been set and people were to come through any of those family room doors, would the alarm automatically go off at that point?
If you're any of the doors with the exception of the one entry-exit door, the alarm would automatically go off.
Okay, so the alarm that you indicated that had the 40-second delay, if someone came through that door, is it your testimony that the alarm would not go off? There would be a beeping sound allowing someone to go turn off the alarm. Is that
Correct.
right? If the alarm had not been set and someone were to enter the home, nothing would happen as far as the alarm system is concerned there at the residence and also at West Tech Center. Is that right?
Correct, unless someone at the premises either hit an emergency button or something like that. But if the system was not set and somebody walked in the door, no, we would not receive any signals at all.
Okay. hypothetically, Mr. Simpson and a friend were leaving on the 12th to go get a hamburger, and they went out the kitchen door, and the alarm had previously been set, the alarm would then be activated at that point. Is that correct?
If the alarm had been set from the interior or from the exterior?
From anywhere. If the alarm had been set, because you indicated it has to be at one of those two keypads, correct?
Right.
Okay. So if the alarm had been set at either of those keypads and Mr. Simpson and a friend went to get a hamburger through the kitchen door, the alarm would then go off. Isn't that correct?
Yes. With that type of system, what you really need, and that's why he has the outside panels, is you don't set the system to go out through the panels on the interior of the house, because it'll set the system off. What you would do is set it from either outside the front foyer or outside in the garage.
Right. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Darden, any redirect?
Are there any other keypads in the house that you haven't mentioned already?
There are keypads upstairs. There are specific keypads, one inside his bedroom, one outside his bedroom, and then he has a separate system for his bedroom alone, which is apart from the system that was shown on the diagram.
You have security system, separate security system for the bedroom?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Chapman? All right, Ms. Silva, thank you very much. You're excused as a witness.
Thank you.
All right. All right, Mr. Cochran, you accept on behalf of your client?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. You may say.
All right, Mr. Darden, you want to offer the stipulation? Or Ms. Clark?
I'm going to read it in with the court's permission, and then lodge the paper with the court.
All right.
Is that acceptable?
All right, Ms. Clark, you have a stipulation to offer at this time?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, would you read that slowly, clearly, so the jurors
Yes.
can hear it?
And
All right.
read it to the jurors.
Thank you.
It is hereby stipulated that the following cellular telephone records, which include records that have been marked as exhibits in this case, were prepared in the normal and regular course of business at or around the time of the information contained within the records, and that the records accurately reflect the information contained therein. And that is for the following records: the cellular telephone records for the date of June the 12th, 1994, for the cellular telephone located within the Town and Country limousine driven by Allen Park on June the 12th, 1994. The cellular telephone records for the dates of June the 12th and June the 13th, 1994, for the cellular telephone belonging to the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, and the cellular telephone records for the date of June the 13th for the cellular telephone belonging to Detective Ron Phillips.
All right, Mr. Cochran, is that stipulation acceptable to the defense?
Yes, so stipulated, Your Honor.
All right, then the stipulation is accepted by the court. Ladies and gentlemen, a stipulation is an agreement between the attorneys as to certain facts, and you were to accept those facts as true for the purposes of this trial. All right, counsel, at this point, I'm going to take a brief recess, and I'd like to confer with counsel in chambers with the court reporter, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess at this time. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case. Do not conduct any deliberations, and do not allow anybody to communicate with you regarding the case. And we'll see you back shortly. All right? We're represented by Mr. Clark, Mr. Harmon, and Ms. Kahn. All right, Mr. Scheck, you had wound up your comments?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld. Or was Professor Thompson next?
Do you want the prosecution to respond to this? You want us to go through everything?
No, I'd like to hear the whole motion.
Okay.
On the motion on defendant's objections, you heard the whole argument.
Okay.
Those were different applications, and you said you wanted to do one first.
Yeah. There's the separate matter of the prosecution's motion to eliminate to restrict our inquiry on general acceptance.
All right, then I'll hear from the prosecution on this first matter. Okay. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to this motion by the defense, I think there's a number of factors the court has to take into account. Initially, to a large extent, I believe Mr. Scheck merged two of the motions that are before the court today. He had a great deal of discussion not only about whether or not the defendant's right to a Frye hearing should basically be resurrected at this point in time, and he also intertwined with that discussion numerous comments that involve cross-examination of the people's witnesses, for instance, about DNA evidence, as well as proper methods and procedures to actually weave that cross-examination with the opinions of other experts and so forth that Mr. Harmon will address in subsequent comments. I'm going to restrict myself to the actual motion or actual notice of objections as the way it was characterized and what this court should do, in our view, with respect to that particular motion. That is a motion. It's not a notice of objections. It is clearly a motion by this defendant to have this court convene an admissibility hearing pursuant to Kelly and Frye. This defendant seeks relief from his January 4th of this year waiver of his right to challenge DNA evidence as sought to be introduced by the people in this particular action. While this defendant's acts yesterday and today, by way of this motion, are understandable from the facts of this case and the nature of the DNA results that have been obtained, that does not in any manner change the fact that this evidence is admissible, and this evidence is admissible because of the very acts undertaken by this defendant prior to today. And I want to go through those facts because I think they are at the heart of this particular motion, and I'll do that in just a moment. But initially, I think it's important for the court to note the very...
Sorry, Mr. Clark, let me ask, forgive me for interrupting you, but there's one other staffing issue. Does anybody have need of our evidence presentation system for the afternoon? If not, I'm going to excuse Ms. Fitzpatrick for the afternoon.
There is some possibility in the course of my comments, and they're going to be reasonably brief. So if it would be acceptable...
What type of exhibits are you contemplating using?
Possibly a videotape.
All right, videotape I can do myself because I've got my own system. All right, Ms. Fitzpatrick, you're excused.
Very good. As far as the broad nature of what this defendant seeks by this notice of objections, I think the court can take in summary fashion that they address approximately 6 broad areas. Those 6 areas include a request that this court, sitting alone without a jury, in fact conduct a FRI admissibility hearing about what the defense characterizes as new results. Those results, as the defense notes, were, quote, new results if in fact they were received by them following the January 4th waiver by this particular defendant of his right to challenge admissibility. The second broad area is a request by the defendant to convene in the presence of the jury again, which is not a unique proposal by this defendant, a FRI hearing applying to both the old results, and by old I mean those results released to both parties prior to January 4th of 1995, as well as the, quote, post-January 4th results that are, for lack of a better term, the newer results. The defense has also asked that this court convene a Kelly inquiry pursuant to prong 3 of People v. Kelly, dealing with whether or not correct scientific procedures were used, and to in fact conduct that hearing outside the presence of the jury. The defense has also suggested that this court must rule on how population frequency data must be both calculated by scientists as well as presented to a jury. The fact that, as the defense alleges, error rates must be characterized in a particular fashion and in fact allegedly incorporated into population frequency as expressed to the jury via the various DNA experts that will testify at this trial. And finally, and again a broad area, limitations on how experts can convey the meaning of mixed samples, and in fact how it can be characterized to a jury that more than one donor may have been or was involved in a particular DNA sample, and how that fact can be characterized to the jury must be litigated before this court sitting alone. As I mentioned a few moments ago, at the heart of this motion is what occurred prior to today. And the court, I think, has to go back to October 4th of 1994, in which the defense filed a very extensive motion to exclude DNA evidence. That motion attacked, first of all, the particular technologies involved in this case. Those particular technologies, in broad strokes, the defense characterized as not meeting the general acceptance standard of People v. Kelly and Fry v. the United States. And in fact, it was alleged by the defense that not only did DNA typing not meet the general acceptance standard, but in fact the 2 primary approaches utilized in this case suffered from an absence of general scientific acceptance at each of the major steps of those particular processes. And that includes both the restriction fragment length, or RFLP, testing approach, as well as the PCR testing approach as utilized in this case. In addition to that, the defense in broad strokes characterized what it believed to be a lack of general scientific acceptance of the manner in which population frequency data are both calculated by testing laboratories as well as expressed to juries in criminal cases. The second broad area that that motion attacked was the alleged failure of laboratories in this case to use proper testing procedures, or what can I think be safely characterized as the third prong of our Kelly inquiry in the state of California. The third major area was an allegation that under Evidence Code Section 352, that this evidence, even if otherwise admissible pursuant to Fry and Kelly, nonetheless should be excluded by this court from consideration by the jury because of the excess of its prejudicial effect when compared to its relevant and probative value before the jury. And then finally, the defense alleged under People v. Griffin that due to supposed failure of each of the testing laboratories to utilize proper collection techniques in terms of evidence collection, handling, and processing, that this court should therefore preclude admission of DNA testing results as well. The next significant act that occurred, with one exception that I'll address a little bit later, was on December 13th of 1994, in which, as this court is fully aware, the defense proposed to this court a novel proceeding in which the court would allow this DNA evidence to be heard by the jury, but the court would conduct a concurrent or simultaneous Fry hearing, at which the defense would, while running the risk that a jury might hear evidence of DNA typing results and matches and further, that the defense was willing to take that risk and then have the court instruct the jury, if necessary, that they were to disregard the evidence of DNA typing results that they heard. This court rapidly denied that, and in fact, in December, set this case for a Fry hearing on January 5th of this year. Immediately prior to that date, and in fact in a motion dated January 3rd, 1995, the defense filed its notice of withdrawal of its motion to exclude DNA evidence in this case. In that motion, the defense specifically stated its intent to give up that right to an admissibility hearing and to, in fact, challenge the weight of this evidence before the jury, to challenge the weight of that evidence before the jury as to the reliability of the testing procedures that were utilized, to challenge the weight of that evidence as far as statistical frequencies or population frequency data and what weight the jury should give to that evidence, and in fact to challenge before the jury the specific techniques that were used in this particular case. The methods that the defense suggested in that motion by which they would challenge that evidence, and again in front of the jury, where cross-examination was specifically stated to be one of the greatest areas that the defense intended to utilize to challenge the weight, again, that this jury should give that evidence, as well as to present defense evidence as to why the particular results in this case should not be believed by the jury. Finally, the defense stated that they would utilize any appropriate means in front of the jury to again challenge the weight of the particular evidence presented by the prosecution's DNA experts. In the course of the hearing on that withdrawal, in the course of the hearing on that waiver, the court and counsel were both presented with a series of proposed questions to be asked of the defendant to ensure the defendant's realization of what he was giving up, what right he was waiving as a result of withdrawing that initial motion to exclude. And in the course of that hearing, as the court I'm sure is familiar, not only did counsel for Mr. Simpson waive the right to any hearing on that motion to exclude evidence and waive the motion itself, but the defendant personally waived that right as well. And fortunately, a videotape captured that entire 8 minutes, in which the court asked questions of counsel, asked questions of the defendant himself, and in fact ensured that what the defendant was giving up was clear to the defendant, his counsel, and in fact all the parties to this action. The significance of that act was to allow the admission of DNA evidence in total, because the defendant gave up that right to challenge under Fry and under Kelly and under any of the three prongs of Kelly admissibility of the evidence. And in fact, I think that's the key act itself. The defendant, by this motion or by this notice of objections filed last week, attempts to disavow his own acts in giving up that right on January 4th of 1995. And in fact, yesterday the defense has sought to convince this court that its initial proposal or its proposal in December of last year to convene this hearing in front of the jury should again be authorized by this court. And I think the court should be aware, certainly is aware, that it's simply an attempt to raise what was given up before. Now, briefly, what does the current notice of objections do? It really addresses four major areas, one of which I've already spoken about. It's an attempt to resurrect the same claims that were made in the October 4th, 1994 motion to exclude. The defendant claims, and this is the second major area of the new motion, that he didn't even know the procedures that were used as far as testing in this case until he was provided raw data as recently as January of this year based on testing, for instance, conducted by the California Department of Justice. He renews his argument under Evidence Code Section 403 that in fact this is really not a hearing under People v. Kelly or Fry v. the United States, and that in fact it's a foundational or preliminary fact hearing under our Evidence Code scheme in California. And lastly, the defendant contains that the landscape's different, that because more testing has occurred, the situation is different, and the court should take a different course from that adopted by this court in December of 1994 and as set by this court as a result of the defendant's waiver in January. Well, all of those claims are without merit. The first I've already discussed. The same arguments in the motion before this court filed last week are the same arguments that were before this court in the motion to exclude in October that was specifically withdrawn by this defendant on January 4th of this year. The claim that the defendant had no opportunity to know the procedures used in testing in this case, and I'm referring to DNA testing, at the time of his January 4th waiver is totally belied by the facts of this case. The protocols, the procedures manuals utilized by not only the Los Angeles Police Department, but also Cellmark Diagnostics and the Department of Justice were provided months ago to this defendant, and in fact in approximately the late summer, early fall of 1994. As of the time of that January 4th waiver, the defendant had been provided extensive raw data by both the Los Angeles Police Department and Cellmark Diagnostics, setting forth the actual testing procedures and detailed notes about what occurred in this particular case. As to the Department of Justice, I think the circumstances are even more compelling. Dr. Blake, as the court has been made aware on many occasions, carefully monitors what goes on at the Department of Justice in terms of testing in this case. And to somehow avow that the defense was not able to learn about testing procedures at DOJ prior to January 4th, I think is extremely suspect. Particularly pertinent to the Department of Justice is the fact that on that date of January 4th, when the defendant waived his right to an admissibility hearing, it was clear that the report and raw data from DOJ were imminent and in fact were expected by all parties to either arrive on that date or the next day. And in fact, this defendant didn't even ask this court for one more day to in fact receive that material before it made the major step of withdrawing the motion before this court filed in October. I'm not going to reiterate the arguments about Evidence Code Section 403 because I'm sure the court is aware that was briefed and argued to the court extensively back in December when the defendant's proposal for a modified type hearing was before this court. Suffice it to say, 403 is inapplicable in the state of California as to DNA evidence because Kelly, as we know from the cases cited in our responding papers, is the exclusive means in California of determining the admissibility of new or novel scientific evidence, as stated by our Supreme Court in both In re Harris as well as the more recent People versus Leahy. To somehow attempt to parlay a question of fact and law, a mixed question of fact and law, to be made by the court into a jury determination, as was noted back in December, I think is clearly contradictory, and frankly, it makes no sense whatsoever. The last argument raised by this defendant in the course of this motion, I think, is the most mysterious argument. And in fact, in this motion, the defense claims that testing for which results were provided after January 4th, 1994, and in fact, testing that occurred after January 4th, 1994, involves novel procedures. I think that's exactly the way the defense characterized it. The truth is the same testing procedures have been used after January 4th as were the testing procedures utilized by laboratories in this case prior to January 4th, and the court specifically authorized testing to continue. This court refused the defense demand for a cutoff date. So the fact that further testing occurred, which certainly complies with California law, the fact that that testing occurred and produced results was no surprise to anyone because this court specifically authorized that particular procedure. In that vein, and perhaps what makes this argument so curious, I think, is the fact that when this court had been presented with the original motion to exclude evidence, this court received a letter from the defense dated October 18th, and I believe signed by Mr. Neufeld. And in that letter, the defense specifically stated, since the Kelly issues are limited to methods and procedures, disclosure of the actual test results is not required. The claim today in this current motion contradicts the earlier claim about results, and it contradicts what exactly the defense claim is about what prong 3 is. As this court is well aware from extensive pleading filed in the fall of last year by the people, results aren't relevant to the determination of the use of correct scientific procedures under prong 3. So I think for the defense to be claiming anything which contradicts that earlier letter of October renders the claim today particularly without merit. This defendant knowingly waived his right to challenge evidence in terms of DNA results and their admissibility on January 4th of this year. That decision was a tactical decision. It was made after consultation with his attorneys, and in fact, it was personally waived by this defendant in court. This defendant has never been forced to choose amongst rights. He has controlled the timing of this case in terms of the beginning of trial and the continuation of trial within the meaning of the Sixth Amendment and the right to speedy trial. This is an 11th hour attempt to stall trial, and I don't think it can be characterized in any other fashion. And I think when the court incorporates, and I'm confident when the court incorporates, that this late attempt is designed to stall this trial, that when the court weighs that fact against the people's right to due process under the California Constitution, that the court should deny in total this particular notice of objections and any attempt by this defendant to force this court to convene the admissibility hearing that Mr. Simpson personally gave up on January 4th of this year.
Thank you, Counsel. Thank you, Mr. Clark. Mr. Scheck?
This motion is not an effort to stall the trial, and I think that Mr. Clark has misunderstood what we're suggesting to the court. Let me be specific. As to the chart that we introduced yesterday in the motion that we submitted, and I'm putting aside now the first prong of Kelly Fry, we're talking about third prong objections. Third prong is interpreted by the decisions in Barney and Wallace and Pizarro, which is not the interpretation that Mr. Clark and Mr. Harmon have urged upon this court and have urged upon those courts in other litigation, where they say the actual results and the actual way the tests are performed have no relevance to prong 3. That argument was rejected in Barney, it was rejected in Pizarro, it was rejected in Wallace, and the California Supreme Court in the Leahy decision specifically said in response to Mr. Harmon's brief that they're not going to entertain that argument either. So I think that our interpretation that prong 3 has to do with the way the actual tests are performed, whether, for example, controls failed such that the test's results are not reliable enough and should be struck from evidence, is a question that I think this court has to consider as the test results come in. Let's be very, very clear, as I tried to be yesterday, and that is, in terms of just laying it out, and that is, we're only asking this court, gets me nervous when you smile like that, the first two issues having to do with statistics and the way they're presented to the jury and the need to present DNA in the form of statistics and the instructions that we're asking the court to consider on that score, Mr. Clark never responds to it. They seem to be insisting, by his silence, that they're entitled to introduce this evidence without statistics. He doesn't even respond to the point. I think that's just plainly wrong. That's the only issue we want you to decide right away. The only other issues as to whether or not the tests were performed correctly, whether they're reliable enough to be considered eventually in the end by the jury, whether prong 3 has been violated, whether specific things mentioned in Barney and Wallace have been violated, whether the Collins and Sella arguments apply, and most importantly, whether 352 applies to the way the statistics are presented and the way the evidence are presented. We think all those arguments plainly should be heard by the court after you hear the testimony from the prosecution witnesses, they're cross-examined, and you hear testimony from defense witnesses. Then at the end, you can make a determination. I think that's the only sensible way you could make a determination as to whether or not some or all or any of these DNA test results should be heard by the jury. That's what we're proposing with respect to all these non-prong 1 objections. So it's no attempt in that regard to delay the trial at all. I think that in Mr. Clark's recitation of the history of how these hearings were scheduled and not scheduled, I think he's leaving out a lot. As I'm sure the court recalls, these DNA hearings were scheduled before jury selection, in the middle of jury selection. Proposals were made by the court, made by counsel to the court, and the court had indicated some desire to pursue it, that we have limited number of witnesses. We asked for, on both sides, that you entertain transcripts from other witnesses from prior proceedings, take judicial notice of those, that we segregate the issues, that we do it in an organized, quick way, that we try to take care of this in 2 or 3 weeks. The prosecution resisted all of that and insisted upon calling 22 witnesses. So if anybody wanted to delay, at that point it was them. We, at one point, and this is what's so fascinating, the prosecution actually had suggested, well, we can hold a Kelly hearing only on prong 1 issues, and then the prong 3 issues can be entertained at trial. So at one point they even made that proposal as we were going back and forth on the scheduling of this during jury selection. What Mr. Clark just doesn't respond to, and is the central thrust here, is that in our motion to withdraw, we do not waive our right to attack the reliability of the evidence and perhaps have this court ultimately rule that some or all of it should not be considered by the jury in the end because of the way the tests were performed, whether they used correct procedures, and certainly 352 objections and objections under Sell and Collins as we lay out in our arguments. That's all we're asking you to do. I don't think that it would really be possible to make a sensible decision on those objections without hearing the evidence. But on that first point, which they don't respond to, which I find quite disturbing, that this evidence must be presented with statistics. And our further suggestion, if you agree with us on that point, and I think it's the holding of Barney, it's what the National Research Council has suggested, I think it's the overwhelming weight of sensible precedent, whether you're in a Frye or a Daubert jurisdiction, that the evidence is statistical. That the court further instruct, and we will present a suggestion to you, if you agree with this first point, as to these are just gene frequencies, and there are other probabilities that affect the weight of the evidence that you should consider about error rates in the laboratory, errors in the laboratory, errors in the collection, or even the probability that the evidence was tampered with. And these are things that I think the jury has to know in order to fairly evaluate the evidence so that they don't think that this astronomical statistic they're going to hear is a probability of guilt or a probability that Mr. Simpson is definitely the source of the blood drop on the driveway and all other ways that these things can be conflated, particularly since of the tremendous danger there is of jurors evaluating statistics, lay people evaluating statistics, which can be very misleading. That's the 352 argument. It's a prong 3 argument. It's the only one that we really want you to resolve now, or we think you can. As far as this notion that we would really have known exactly what had been done at DOJ because Dr. Blake went there and took pictures of the gels and was monitoring what Mr. Sims was doing, before we look at his results, before we look at his run notes, before all of that is evaluated and we see what he actually is interpreting things as, and before, frankly, we even hear him testify as to what the meaning of certain results are, we can't lodge our objection specifically and properly as to where we think the evidence is fatally unreliable. Now, that could happen, obviously, outside the presence of the jury, but we're not suggesting that. It should happen in the presence of the jury, and then we lodge our objection under prong 3. We're not asking for a prong 3 determination outside the presence of the jury to delay the trial. We're not asking for that. Finally, with respect to the issue of prong 1 on the new test results, I'm not going to, I think the record's clear about the nature of the withdrawal and what happened on the record, and the court noted itself that Mr. Simpson was saying that he understood what was going on. He'd been advised by his counsel as what the legal implications of all this was. But with respect to what he was authorizing and what he was talking about, he was saying, I understand, and the withdrawal of the motion as set forth by my lawyers, and that's what he did, and the court noted that for the record. So I don't think that you can get any kind of blanket waiver out of his statement. It doesn't make any sense. We withdrew the motion, we waived an outside the presence of the jury hearing on prong 1 for sure. We were not waiving, didn't intend to waive. I think it was clear to the court even when we did it. We knew we'd be revisiting this. Third prong challenges, 352 challenges, the challenges that we've laid out. Now with respect to the new test results and prong 1, I think for the reasons I stated yesterday and the way the testing was performed strategically, that and the whole way that this litigation has evolved, that we're entitled to a prong 1 hearing outside the presence of the jury on these new results. We're entitled to it. If we're entitled to that, what we should certainly be entitled to is the alternative we propose to the court, and that is that we do this in the same fashion and form that we suggested to the court in December, and that is we proceed with the trial just as it's supposed to occur, just as the prosecution has planned. They present their witnesses. If they feel that they have to call other witnesses outside the presence of the jury on some other days to build foundation, they can do so. And we will present our witnesses in the defense case. And then at the end, the court can decide. That alternative waives the prejudice that a defendant would otherwise suffer if the results were heard by the jury and then the court ultimately struck them. So we think we're entitled to the hearing, but we would propose to the court the alternative. If the court doesn't accept the alternative, I mean, we have no choice but to ask for the hearing, but it's the alternative that obviously we're interested in here.
Thank you, counsel.
I think the next order of business is Mr. Harmon's motion, to which Mr. Thompson will respond.
Mr. Harmon.
Thank you, Your Honor. It sounds like reliable has a lot of different meanings depending on when you say it and what you intend to communicate and what you really mean by it. Clearly, under California law in these areas, it has two different meanings, and I've laid them out in my motion because they have profound significance. And even on this motion, it might be helpful to watch the January 4th proceedings to see how words were being used to mean other than what was patently obvious to everybody in the room. Because one can't look at that tape and not realize that these discussions were inevitable. There was an opportunity to finally resolve it, but that's not what people had in mind. So reliability in the two contexts, in the January 4th context, the reliability that was at issue clearly has to do with what people think about the methods that are used. And clearly under California case law, that reliability can be demonstrated, and the only practical way to demonstrate it is by hearsay testimony or hearsay opinions from other people, articles, things like that. But that reliability changes once the court makes the finding, the mixed question of law and fact, into a straight finding of fact by a jury. In a jury trial, the fact finder, which is what we call them, we don't call them the mixed question of law and fact finder. Those people are fact finders, and they don't actually find specific facts. They decide whether something's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But reliability in that context simply means, do the tests work? Not do other faceless, invisible people who've never written scientific articles, do they think it works? Or do they have qualified reservations about it that they write to the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers and put in their binders so that we can regurgitate these things in front of juries? It's whether or not the tests produce the correct answers. That's the only fact issue in that context that the jury gets to decide. And so the brief that I filed, it was clear on January 4th that I would be filing a brief such as this because it was clear that regardless of the December ruling by you and regardless of the clear, unambiguous waiver on January 4th, that the defense team had every intention, regardless of any kind of ruling by you, of parading all sorts of unreliable hearsay in through cross-examination of the prosecution witnesses. That was never in doubt. That is the only way to confuse the jury and distract them from the only issue, and that is, are the tests in fact reliable? So when the defense filed the motion that Mr. Clark just responded to, it became important to take this brief out of the can and just file it along with it because they are totally connected, in fact, at this point in time, and they're totally connected in the kind of assessment that you have to make in this point. Perhaps, what we've in discussions about personal attacks being made, one of the examples of the kinds of hearsay that gets paraded around is on page 16 of the brief that Mr. Clark responded to. And these are the kinds of scandalous, baseless things that get perverted and paraded across the country. That's the footnote 12, the accusation, the personal accusation that Ms. Clark has previously misrepresented things in her presentation to jurors. And in fact, if the court were to read the actual article that the colleague of the defense team has written on this point, the court would see very clearly, and that's one of the exhibits that was appended to the defense's admissibility brief, that in fact, Ms. Clark never misrepresented anything in her presentation. The article is on the Cardozo Law Review. It's footnote 7. Everyone on this side of the room knows exactly what happened. The questions that were asked of the scientist, and these were in context of prior questions and subsequent questions, they were asked by the court for people to say, as was done in the brief, and as Mr. Scheck took a great advantage of yesterday, this is the second time Ms. Clark has done something like this. It's not the second time. It's not the first time. The court asked the question, does that mean it's consistent with his being the father, or it's 100% certain that he is the father? Answer, in my opinion, he is the father. And then the court asked another question. These are the kinds of low-level, unreliable, prepackaged things that will certainly be introduced into this trial through cross-examination of our witnesses should the court not adhere to the clear rule of law in this state. I can't speak to what the rule of law is in other states, but Section 721 simply stands for the proposition that it is inappropriate to cross-examine any expert on material that that expert has not referred to, considered, or relied upon. And I think by Mr. Scheck's comments yesterday, it is clear that they are outraged at the possibility that they will not be able to cross-examine expert witnesses on the kinds of material that they want to interject into this case, the kinds of things that are hearsay. I use Dr. Mullis as an example. I used him as an example only because he has never published any scientific article critical of the techniques used. I invited you in my motion to review his testimony that was appended to the defense's brief in opposition to the admissibility of DNA evidence. It's hardly what you would call a scathing indictment of the forensic application of PCR. But those are the very kinds of things that the defense intends to elicit on cross-examination of our witnesses, even though our witnesses have not referred to, considered, or relied upon them. And there's a very good reason that they want to do it that way. And the reason is because that denies us the opportunity to cross-examine those people. And as I alluded to in my brief, there are very good reasons the defense does not want us to cross-examine the experts that they'd like to get in through hearsay. We would love to cross-examine each and every witness that the defense would like to hold out as voicing some opposition to the actual reliability of the tests produced in this case, which is the only reliability left now that they've waived their hearing. Unfortunately, we'll never get to cross-examine Dr. Blake because they just dropped him like a hot potato from their witness list. That was no surprise. If you listen and think back very carefully on Mr. Scheck's arguments yesterday, they have somehow merged two legal principles in this area, two evidence code sections, and that is what sort of material an expert may reasonably rely upon in providing expert testimony and opinion testimony in a case, and use that concept to obliterate the restrictions on cross-examination of experts that I've alluded to in Evidence Code Section 21. And if you allow that sort of merger, the sort of perverse principle that comes out of it is they get to decide what our witnesses should have relied upon. And when they get to decide what they should have relied upon, then they get to cross-examine on all this baseless, faceless hearsay that they certainly seek to introduce in this case, not from their witnesses, but from our witnesses. We do not seek to impose any restraints other than other evidence code provisions and other case law provisions, such as in People v. Korish, on their efforts to convince this jury that, in fact, our results are unreliable. Now, that's going to be pretty hard in this case, Your Honor, because the only way they could do that is if they retested our evidence through DNA testing. Mr. Scheck expressed concern that someone, a Nobel Prize winner such as Dr. Mullis, would have to answer personal questions. Well, the last time I looked in the California Evidence Code, we didn't have an exception for Nobel Prize winners. That everybody that steps up there and raises their hand, they're a witness. If they're a Nobel Prize winner, that's fine. They're a witness first. And every witness's credibility is open to the same considerations. Did I have a dream, or did I see Ron Shipp being raked over the coals about virtually every aspect of his personal life? Did I dream, or did Denise Brown have to do the same thing? And what did those two people do to deserve that? Ron Shipp was the defendant's friend. That's the payback that he got. Denise Brown had to see her sister taken away from her. Now, do we have to treat a Nobel Prize winner any differently just because they want us to? I don't think so, Your Honor. We'll see, but I'm telling you, that day will never come. If this court adheres to Evidence Code Section 721, the case that's cited, and Jefferson, he'll be a blip on the radar screen. He's not going to sit up there and testify because he has nothing meaningful to add about the actual reliability of our test results. I urge you to follow the clear law on this point. I'm anxious to hear a legal response to our in limine motion. I brought it up to the court because it was clear on January 4th we would have to have this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now we have a stopping point, and we'll continue this tomorrow. Okay, everybody, thank you for coming and hanging out with me in chat tonight, those lurking, watching, listening, and see you all on the next one, and peace. See if this works.